Let's see if it's still connected. There it is.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Monday, March the 15th, the Ides of March. Look it up. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear me and you can see my screen, okay? So before we get right into it, for those of you who don't know, didn't get the email this morning, UA Under Armour is the trade of the week, considered live. Suggested entry around 1960. Of course, it doesn't mean you have to take it right there. I think it's a little bit above that in the pre-market. Actually, it's dropped down. So anyway, there is your trade of the week. One of the ones I'm really interested in is Yalla, guys. Yalla, Y-A-L-A, released earnings this morning. And this is starting to put on a really nice move. You can see, remember these days when it got all the way up to, what was it, 41, 41 or so. Then over the last month it has slid, but this, in this half last week, it had a nice little pop. And this looks like it may want to continue. If it takes out 28.08, the highs of these 2 weeks, this could have a shot to start to fill in that void. But it could be interesting going forward, not just for today, because it is an earnings play. And obviously the reaction so far is good. Steve, I can't help you. I have no idea why you can't connect. Certainly the program is working, so I'm going to have to send you to our tech support, okay? So just let me give you the home page. And you can start and make sure you give them the email that you signed up with so they can take a look at your account. It's impossible for me to know why that might be happening with you. All right, let's take a look at the other things that are happening. This could be interesting. This one is check. The reason it could be interesting is that it's holding, at least it was, yes it is. So it is holding the pre-market a gap. You know, that's what I'm kind of looking for, to see some of these high flyers are holding the pre-market gap. And this one is FDA approval for a study. So that is the reason for the pop. CHEK, Israeli stock. Yeah, so MB, it's not so much exit and entry that I'm using. I have a daily, weekly, and a monthly chart. Because I'm a momentum trader, most of the time, stocks that I'm looking at are already at their daily high. So I probably concentrate more on the 5 and the 15 for entries, but really I'm looking at these higher time frames to see how much more room they have to move. ACER, is this holding? Let's see if this one is holding. Let's see, 7-11. You see, it's not really holding. I mean, that's a big drop percentage-wise, ACER. And I don't see any specific reason for it. Yeah, I don't see any specific reason for its gap up. Yeah, Entech is some kind of a merger. Entech had a huge move all the way up here, 1384, before it fell right back down, as William was saying. Yeah, if you could have got that short, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. SLGG, again, all over the place. Gaming stock. Up to 818, down to 683. Don't know, I don't see any specific reason for the pop. Well, I guess, okay, Super League and World Golf Tour extend their esports partnership, so I guess that was the reason, but, it's really giving it up. FAMI, F-A-M-I. Let's see what it is doing. Again, is it holding the gap? And the answer is one big no. Understanding, guys, that when I see these, I'm doing my pre-market work. When I see them, they're up here. And, when I open the room, then it's, take a look to see where they are. I mean, that's a big trade-off. 321 down to 198. It's some kind of a mushroom order. Not of the hallucinogenic type. Sliced mushrooms and fungi. Anyway, that was some kind of a news release I had this morning. OCUP. Is it holding its gap? And the answer, of course, is no. So big gap up to 14, right down to 10. I mean, we don't know. Once the market opens, maybe it'll pick up. It's still up 28%. And I mean, there was some news, some positive data that they released. Let's see if SLGB is holding the gap. SLGB. I'm sorry, yeah, okay, I've written that down wrong. I'm sorry, it should be SGLB, I bet. SGLB, yeah. So I've written that down wrong, guys. Sorry about that. Is it holding the gap? Not terrible. It's starting to come back. Announces a contract with Lockheed Martin, so contract with LMT. So they did have some news this morning, and that is SGLB. Yeah, Steve, I'm sorry. It's impossible for me to know. I mean, if you've got a green ball, which means you're connected, it's impossible for me to know why you're not getting a connection. You're going to have to go to our tech support, and they'll have to give them your email, and they'll take a look at your account to see what's going on. I don't have access to that information. AZRX has it holding its gap. And you can see what the pattern is, guys. 196 down to 166. Let's just see if there launches a $10 million. Okay, so I guess they were actually, well, that was on the 9th. So I don't see any specific news today on it. LKCO, another China stock. Let's see what it is doing. LKCO. I think they were gonna be delisted, but now I don't know if I'm reading this right, but they're still going to be allowed to trade on Nasdaq until at least May 8th, something like that. And in the crypto world, Bitcoin got up to 60,000, I think, over the weekend, and then a little bit of cold water thrown on that when India said, you know what, we're going to ban crypto, and everybody who has crypto Bitcoins right now or something like that has 6 months to liquidate, something like that. So that put a bit of a damper on the crypto stocks. But look at them, they're starting to come back. Here's Mara. I bet you Riot's doing the same thing. And SJR, yeah, if you're a Canadian, that's big news. Wow, that's big news in Canada. I mean, this is one of the big cable companies. The other one is Rogers, and Rogers is acquiring Shaw Communications. And so that's if you're Canadian, that is big news. That basically means the country only has one cable provider like that. Anyway, that is big news. If you're a Canadian, of which I am. GoPro, GPRO, let's see. GPRO is gapping up a little bit. Yeah, it's again, I don't see any specific reason for it, but look at this. I mean, if it's above that high of a few weeks ago. So this could have and there's the high of last month. So yeah, so it is above that high right there. So it could have a shot to keep running. Czech is on the move here, guys. C-H-E-K on the move here, Israeli stock. And they did have some news. FDA approval for a study. And this is a massive move now. Big move. And it's not a crazy low float. I mean, look at that. It's traded 65 million already, 42 million in the float. So it's already traded the float about 1.5 times. So huge move here. So I don't understand your question, Jenny, when you say, how do I log into your chart? I don't understand that question. All right, guys, I'm just looking at a couple other American Airlines, a little bit of a move here. Ken, if we can really believe what might start happening over the next few months, there's American Airlines. Stay is a takeover. Yes, Stay is a takeover. Candy KNDI. KNDI. They had some news. They divested. I think they're getting $47 million. I think they had an investment in another China EV, and they're getting rid of that, and they got $47 million, something like that. So that popped up here, guys. I'm telling you, Yalla could be the one today that just kind of keeps going. Again, this is not a recommendation to buy it right now or anything like that, but it has earnings, and look at the reaction. It's excellent so far. How do you see them? You got to wait for nothing is happening yet with the AI. Nothing happens until at least 9:35. So if you want to see, if you have the premium service section, then click on from our toolbar, click on new AI/Holly strategy trades window. Okay, here's your window. Nothing happens until at least 9:35, and just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay. All right, what time is it? 9:16. So let me just do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Well, the analysts were asleep on the weekend, hardly any of either. So let me just get a few of them in here. Here are the upgrades from briefing.com. Again, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is just if you want to, this is from briefing.com. FNKO, guys, keep an eye on that one. That had a big day on Friday. I see it's upgraded by JP Morgan. FNKO had a big day on Friday. Let's see, did Goldman have any? I don't see any upgrades by Goldman this morning. All right, here are the downgrades now. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Czech is holding, guys. C-H-E-K is holding. That is not normal, William. I don't know what you're looking at. It's hard for me to know what you're looking at. The pre-market channel should have a lot more in there. Just to give you an idea, this is what I use. Well, you can see right there, pre-market actives up. Here are my gap downs, my gap ups. This is what I use for the pre-market. Again, this is accessible from my home page. Okay, all those 4 scans that I use in the pre-market, accessible from my home page. So I have no idea why you're only seeing this buy, William. Difficult for me to know, guys, when you ask, I'm not just talking to you necessarily, William, but, people say, well, I'm only seeing this and my scan. Without knowing what filters you've got, you might have it's impossible for me to know why you're not seeing other stocks. So, but I guarantee that if you go to my homepage, you'll see things like this. You go to the scans section, just go to the scans section on my homepage, and right here are my scans that I'm sharing. Click here, and here they are, gap up and gap down, pre-market up and down. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. Briefing.com, as in brief-ing. Who's giving the trade alerts? You're in a Trade Ideas trading room, so that might be a good clue. How's that? PRGZ1. And if you're talking about who, if you're talking about myself, my name is Barry Anderson, and I'm the moderator of the trading room. Okay, guys, so this check is holding. Check, C-H-E-K, it's holding well. And when you look left, let's take a look to see what we have here. So these are highs. So it's around the highs of 2 years ago, a little over 2 years ago, 2019. Somebody asked me about SEAL in the pre-market. What do I think about it? Don't know. I mean, you have to wait for the market to open. Of course, I had a big day on Friday, but it did sell off. It got up to, 590 odd, and it closed at 473. Just have to wait for it to open, see what happens. Well, I don't know how to, PRZ, these are Trade Ideas scanners that you see here. So you're in a Trade Ideas trading room. So what you're seeing right here are Trade Ideas scanners. Okay. So I'm getting I'm just pointing out I'm pointing out the ones that are moving in the pre-market from from the Trade Ideas scanners. Okay. You're in a Trade Ideas trading room. I don't see any news on ACER. Yeah, I didn't see any news. I just saw, it popped up, but it has pulled back quite a bit. 709 now 5.5. That's a pretty big percentage pullback. Okay, so pardon me if I don't pronounce your name right, but Daljit, you cannot auto trade unless you have our premium service. Okay, number one, you cannot auto trade your own alert window or your own alert scan or your own scan unless you have our premium service. You cannot do it with our standard service. And how's that Yalla doing? How is Yalla doing? Is it continuing here? This could be the really interesting one all day, guys. Again, I'm not saying it's going to, I don't know what it's going to do, but it's holding its own in the pre-market. It's an earnings play, released earnings before the market opened. There's a good reaction to it. And of course, if you look left, it's got a huge potential void fill. Okay, so are you a Trade Idea subscriber? I guess you're not a subscriber, right? PRGZ. The question was, we have what we call our AI, and it generates alerts automatically. It doesn't start till 9:35. It's a part of our premium service. That's what I was referring to. Boy, Czech is still on the move here. This is really holding its pre-market gains well. If you upgrade, yeah, you can, yes. If you upgrade LG to our premium service, then you can auto trade your own strategies if that's what you want to do. I'm going to drop, if you do that, I'm going to drop a link in for you to take a look at. It'll explain how you can do it all, okay? You have to have an Interactive Brokers account also. Okay? Those are the two conditions. You need an Interactive Brokers account and you need our premium service if you want to auto trade your own strategies. All right, 5 minutes before the market opens. So there's a nice rally with some of the crypto stocks here, Riot and Mara, a couple that we really follow. A nice little rally. They got kind of hit a little hard this morning, on that India news, but there's definitely. And how is Bitcoin doing? How is GBTC doing? Yeah, so Bitcoin is also rallying a bit too. Okay, so Daljit, I can only answer you one more time. You need our premium service. And yes, if you have Interactive Brokers, then you can definitely auto trade your own strategies. I popped a link in that says B Plus Connections, and it'll explain how you can do all that, okay? Yeah, so I don't give investment advice. If you're in this room thinking that I'm going to tell you what to buy and sell, then you're actually in the wrong room, okay? What I was talking about is our AI, which is, suggested. This is nothing to do with me. Well, me, I work for Trade Ideas, but you will start getting alerts in this window if you have our premium service, starting at no earlier than 9:35. It's up to you how you want to trade them. You have an entry price, you have a stop price, and it'd be up to you how you want to trade them. Briefing.com. Okay. There you go, briefing.com, upgrades and downgrades. It's just a site I use. It's easy for me because they send it to me about 10 minutes after the market, or excuse me, about 9:10 every morning. So I don't have to go and scouring for it. Lots of websites out there, though, that will show you upgrades and downgrades. Okay, and as usual, if you want to follow my watch list up and down, here we go. My watch list up and down. Again, nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. I put a delay on that on purpose, and you can follow it from the toolbar if you click on New, and then from our channel bar, and then my watch list right there. Okay, remember everything in here is a layout. So before you click on anything in the channel bar, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud first. Okay, I'm going to get rid of these two and get set for the open. Yeah, we don't have crypto scans, Daljit. Okay, I'm just talking about stocks that move with crypto, like Mara and Riot. But we don't scan. We don't have like a crypto scanner, if that's what you're talking about. We just scan stocks. All right, everybody. The market is going to open in less than 1 minute. So let's have a great start to this trading week. Give me 1 minute, please. All right, guys, I'm back. I'm just getting set for the open. I typically don't trade for the first 15 minutes or so. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Okay, MGM is on the move here. I see it had an upgrade this morning. MGM had an upgrade this morning. Again, all to do with maybe somehow getting back to normal over the next few months, I guess. So that's where these stocks are moving. Okay, we're now open. So let's see what happens here. Again, I'm just going to wait. Try to let things settle down a little bit before I hop in. Again, we've got a lot of action, of course, when the market opens. Well, Czech sort of had a sell-off, but it bounced right back. CHEK, I mean, it bounced, came back down here, came up, a little bit of a sell-off still, but again, you know, you got to wait, see how it's really going to start to trade. Is it going to completely give it up? Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. And American Airlines, so the airlines are maybe selling off a little bit. Again, just have to give it some time. Yeah, so this is the trade of the week. UA is the trade of the week. Again, it's a free service. One of our traders picks a trade of the week. How you trade it is going to be up to you. They are meant for longer term holds. The suggested entry was 1960. It's at 1979 now. But, you know, let's see how it trades. You can see if it, you know, why. I mean, if it taking out this area right there, and the next high looking left on that monthly is way up here at 25-ish. So, you know, whether it gets up there, how you trade it is going to be up to you if you want to take it at all. Okay, so Kareem, I'm not sure I understand what you mean. I have my watch list window. Is this what you're talking about? I mean, you can see my screen, correct? Are you a Trader Idea subscriber, Kareem? And welcome, by the way, to the room. Okay, guys, GoPro is still active here. GoPro. I don't see any specific reason for it, but GPRO, nice break here. GPRO, nice break here. Welcome, McNally. If you're a newbie, then just sort of hold tight and watch, you know, follow along. Try to follow along. Look at AMC, guys. AMC right back up. I had this on my watch list. I sold off down to 1183. AMC right back up. I'm not gonna dwell too much on the Wall Street bet stocks, but I mean, you know, this is one of them. WSB, AMC. Wow, Yalla, you're right. Yalla is a big sell-off. That's why I wait. I'm not gonna, you know, I was saying I thought maybe this could have a good run, but it's a big sell-off now. But that's why I wait. Wow, look at AMC, guys. AMC on the move here, though. AMC on the move, and the next high looking left, 1247. So it's taken out that high, the daily chart. So now the next high looking left, again, I'm not saying it's going to get up to 1723, but that is the next high on the daily chart. And we just got a halt with SGLB. They signed some kind of a deal with Lockheed Martin, LMT. And it's a low float too, 7.3 million in the float, and it just got halted. Meanwhile, GoPro is just, I don't see any specific news on it. See, I don't see anything on it. And it's not a low float, 119 million in the float, so it's certainly not a low float situation, but this is just really, really trading well here. Okay, the Funko, I mentioned the Funko in the pre-market, had an upgrade by, I think it was JP Morgan, had a big day on Fridays, this is the third big day actually, FNKO. It's above the high, of course, right now of Friday, 1866, it's at 1925. Low float, 18 million in the float. Again, I'm just pointing opportunities, okay? This is not recommending buying or doing anything. If it meets your trading plan, Okay, so these are the guys, a big mushroom order, fungi and mushroom order, AFMAI. Yeah, Ebon had a big move this morning also, crypto play. And it is still, it's a not a low float actually. It's not a low float. China crypto play, EBON. And as usual, we can't wait to see what sort of alerts we get from the moving higher with unusually strong option activity. Nothing yet. That's my favorite scan by far. Boy, Yalla really giving it up. I mean, it's really giving it up. Okay, here's one. AMRS is a gap up and go. It gapped up and it's continuing to move here. The next high looking left is right there, 2263. So it's very, very close to that high right there. This is every morning. Yes, McNally, yes. This is the format of the room between 9 and 3 p.m. Monday to Friday. Well, not every morning. Not Saturday and Sunday, but Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. OPK is on the move here. Also, OPK, not a low float, 400 million in the float. Sundial, okay, let's see what SNDL is doing. Yeah, it's having a, it's one of those ones, 1.5 billion in the float. It's going to take a bunch to move it, but I think, well, let's see what the cannabis sector is doing. So MJ is on the move a little bit. MJ's on the move a little bit. Let's see how Tilray is doing. The rest of the cannabis plays and CGC. So they're all moving a little bit. Nothing spectacular. I mean, this one, it's don't get me wrong, 7% is a big move, but it's not like it's a 50% move yet, but it is on the move. APHA linked to Tilray, of course. APHA with a link to Tilray. Yeah, 3%. Here's one that is, wow, look at this. Gap up and go is an RXT. Look at this one. Didn't see, really no reaction in the pre-market. Look at this one. Okay, guys, SGLB just opened and mixed reactions, actually. This was actually, okay, so this is a bit of a mixed reaction after the halt. Look at Rackspace, RXT, just all right, guys, SGLB on the move here. There goes SGLB, guys. It pulled back and now it's popped up. I didn't have that one. I did not have SGLB like that. So I don't know how you did, because then you've obviously, what we have here, what I have here, the option volume is only 627 contracts so far. So you must have delayed, or you must have removed that filter. Because look at it, it's only 650. I mean, if you're following mine, the minimum is 2,000 contracts. You know, there it is, 2,000 contracts. So okay, what is the market doing? I haven't really looked. So we have a little disconnect again. The Dow is up, Nas is slightly down, the SPY is slightly down. So we have minor disconnect going on again. Well, I'm not saying it didn't, Hill. I'm not saying it didn't trigger for you, but you can't be using this one, you know, because the contract volume is too low for it to trigger. I mean, it's okay. You don't have to. You know, you can make a change if you want, but yeah, AMRS is a gap up and go so far. But look at this. Look at the big pullback. I mean, 23.45 back down to 22.80, but yeah, multi-month breakout. Look at this, $2 stock 4 months ago, 3.5 months ago. All right, things have settled down a little bit. I'm not getting as many alerts right now. All right, look at this one, straight down, QFIN. Look at that on that 2-minute chart, basically straight down. There goes SGLB, guys. And for those of you with the premium service, you know that it was an AI alert. You know that it got stopped out quickly. But if you have the reentry time and price column, you know that you had a reentry at $6 if you wanted to take it. Yeah, nice pop for CCIV. A lot of volume. All right, guys, SGLB on the move here. Okay, and I don't mind showing you this now. Notice there was the alert at 610. That was a very tight stop at 590. It got stopped out almost immediately, and then you had a re-entry. Have these columns. There's a re-entry at $6, $6.82 now. And that is the AI. They've gone forward an hour, SQ. Forward. Spring ahead, fall back. I knew we'd catch some people wondering what's going on. AMC is doing really well now. Had that pullback at the beginning, but AMC doing well now. I mean, looking left, it has a lot of room. So SGLB, a deal with Lockheed Martin, LMT. All right, so we've got these are some of the ones coming into my watch list now. Again, it's a watch list. Doesn't mean you have to take the trade immediately. You don't have to take the trade at all, but it's a watch list. So there's AMC at 1270. What did it get up to? Almost 13. Ruby was really active in the pre-market. Look at this. It got all the way up to 2478. I mean, this is a very, very wild one, guys. You got to be careful. What's the spread like? Yeah, it's about a 20-cent spread also. Even Macy's, look at Macy's. So that for Under Armour, I mean, this is obviously the retail. I shouldn't say obviously, but let me just take a look to see what the retail sector is doing. Well, it's not ripping, actually. It's sort of dropping a little bit here. This is one of the ETFs for the retail sector. I thought maybe it would be really moving higher. With the move with Macy's up, which could help Under Armour, UA, which is the trade of the week. It's in alphabetical order, so just right click on any one of the headers, Kathy. Okay, any one of your column headers, right click and go to columns and then find it. It's in alphabetical order. Okay, just add reentry. Where are you? Right here. Okay, just add the columns. And it can't emphasize enough to have the column. I mean, look at the reentry. $6, $7.20 now. So just think of it this way. The AI was just a little bit early on the alert. London Club LC had a big day. Actually, 3 days. A big day on Friday. Continuation now. LC. All right, guys. Well, keep an eye on Ruby. If it takes out that 2130 again, did hit 2483 in the pre-market. So keep an eye on Ruby. 2130 was the alert from my watch list. And there it goes. But it is, it's a difficult spread. It's about a 22-cent spread right now. You always have to bear that in mind. Relatively low float, 33 million in the float. There it goes, guys. Ruby on the move here. RUBY on the move. I mean, really on the move. So there was a pre-market high right up here around 20, almost $25 for Ruby or UBY. So you see what happened. Oh, so the option volume finally got up to 2,000 contracts. You know, you can just see it accelerated here. So now, so this did come into my option scanner at 722. That was the alert price. So now I'm just going to give it. Look, you could probably guess that I was probably in this one on that on the reentry, but I'm now waiting to see if I'm going to add to it. Now you can see right here that it finally hit 2,000 contracts, which was my filter at 948. All right, all you have to do, Kathy, is right click on any one of the column headers. Okay, any one of them. Just get, say exit price, right click, and then where it says columns, click on columns, and now just scroll down. You'll see it. It's in alphabetical order, okay? Reentry price, reentry time, okay? So just, again, right click on any one of the column headers, and then go to columns. Okay? Have to have this window open, the strategy trades all window open, of course. Just how many option contracts have traded, that's all, like the total of puts and calls. Okay, if you don't know what options are, you should look it up. But I mean, so I have a filter that I want to have it trading at least 2,000 total contracts. Combination of puts and calls. All right, guys. Just waiting on that SGLB to see if it recovers over 7 again. No idea, Sai. I mean, it's impossible for me to know without knowing what your filters are, okay? And you don't have any special filters. With showing up in mine, all I can suggest is that you use mine then. It's hard for me to know why it's not showing up on yours. It was certainly showing up here. Click here. I mean, I would be using the pre-market actives up and down in tandem with the gap up and down, okay? This will definitely show the active ones, okay? These are the 4 scans that I use in the pre-market. SGLB definitely showed up for me there. Why it's not showing up on yours, it's impossible for me to know. You can't increase the font size in here. I think you can. It's an overall font increase. Okay, you can't specify. The question was, how do you increase the font size in the single stock window? It's an overall. So if you want to increase the font size for everything, you click on Tools, Options, and in the General section, here are the fonts. Okay. So you can't just specify that window that you want it to be bigger. Wow, look at Ruby is right. 2130 on that alert, 2705 now. Holy smokes. I didn't take this one, guys. This is one I did not take. And this, too bad. I mean, it's traded a little over 1,000 contracts. So it will not show up in the, well, by the time it shows up, it'll be, who knows where Ruby would be. Well, look at American Airlines. I'm sure, let's take a look at Jets. Here's the ETF for the airline industry. Okay, Silver, if you can hear me, you might have to do a refresh, okay? No, it's not normal to have a blank screen. Maybe you have to do a refresh. If you can't see my screen, but right beside the gear, let me just give you here, right beside there's a gear icon in the trading room, and right beside it, there is a refresh reload. So you might have to do that. The other thing is that the developer of the room recommends Chrome as the browser. Look at SGLB, guys, right back up. A little bit. Well, I'm surprised. I can't do it right now, Marv. I'm surprised that when you do that font change, this whole window doesn't change. Also, if it doesn't change, then I've never tried it. I just assumed it would. If it doesn't change, nothing you can do. You can't go in here and increase the font size. All right, Under Armour, not bad, guys. Had all sorts of opportunity to get into this one. 1960, what did it get in the pre-market? So, around that trigger price, 1960, and you don't have to take the trade. You can wait if you want. You don't take it at all. But remember, these are designed for longer term holds, and that is the trade of the week. Okay, let's see if SGLB can have one more big pop. I mean, look at the float, guys. 7 million in the float. That's why you can get a move like 123%. Looking left on the weekly chart, the next highs are way up here. 946. Not saying it's going to get there, but wow, Ruby, unbelievable. This is I took a I was really seriously looking at this one, but I just delayed the entry a little too much. Look at that, 2130 from my watch list, 2850 now. Like breaking right through that pre-market high like nothing. $25 like nothing. And yeah, it was halted before, yes. The news on SGLB was a deal with Lockheed Martin, LMT. Should look this up. I mean, it's readily available news. You know, right here, Lockheed Martin partner for in-process quality assurance solution, etc. Excellent. Okay, yeah. So that's typically all it takes over is just a refresh. Why it happens in the first place, I don't really know, but okay, here we are. Puppy dog. Yes, puppy dog is right here. All right. Oh, good, Kareem. Okay. All right, guys. Let's see if oh, this SJR is fading a little bit. It's fading a lot actually. Wonder what the buyout was. If you're in Canada, this is big news in Canada. I mean, we've got two major communications companies, Shaw and Rogers is buying Shaw. That's I'm surprised they're going to let it go through, but it's fading now. $26 billion deal. Yeah, this is really fading quite a lot now, SJR. It's probably a stock deal. Well, something's going. I don't know if this is going to go through. I mean, the deal is supposed to be $40.50. Of course, this is U.S. dollars right here, so I don't know. Add about 20% to it, 25% to that. That's a 40.50 Canadian. I guess the market for dried mushrooms and fungi is not as it's not as big. That was the big news this morning for FAMI, FAMI. I don't know if there's any specific news today on it. It might be just a continuation from that news of last week. You know, I had to, well, I guess that's a winner, guys. 21.30, 32.90. I guess it's a winner. Halted again, Ruby. LC continues higher here. What a great 4 days now for LC. I mean, look at this. I mean, this was 11.28 low on Wednesday. That's right, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So up to 17. What a move. Boy, this Shaw communication is just sinking here. Yeah, you had to see this, guys. I mean, I could have predicted this. You know, the Federal Innovation Ministry is going to review the proposed takeover. This is not going to be taken over with a big fight. It's always a reason, usually, Si. So I'm glad you found it. I'm glad you found it. Yeah, you know what? I never use the minimum volumes of 5, 10 days, things like that. One of the reasons, especially as an intraday trader, because a stock can explode on any given day, and it may be just, you know, but in the previous 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, maybe it's kind of somewhat dormant. But today it's having a huge, huge day. So you won't pick those up if you use that sort of a filter. You know, a minimum of 100,000 a day or 200,000, 500,000 a day. You just won't pick up those ones that are all of a sudden having its day. So that's why I rarely use that filter. Okay, so you can go, well, here, I mean, I have a spider sector list. What time is it? 10:10. So usually in about 10 minutes I go over all this, but if you want to go to my home page, you can have that. It's one of the ones that I'm sharing, if that's what you're talking about. We also have a sector in the channel bar. But this just covers the major sectors. Where are you? Sector status covers, I think, the 10 major sectors. I know I've had, you know, the 9 or 10 major ones are here, and I've added a few of my own in here. Yeah, so it's not in the options. It's not on my channel. Okay, so if you want to see my options, unusually strong options scanner, I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room. Okay, if you go to my homepage, and this is for anybody else too, of course, you find my homepage tab in the trading room, the main trading room. You click on that, and this is what you'll see. And one of the sections is my scans. And here, this is the one moving higher with unusually strong options. I'm going to try to make the change today. Couldn't do it over the weekend to reduce this from 500% down to 300%. I'm going to get. I'm unfortunately I'm not able to make the change. I have to get somebody else to do it for me. So. Okay, what did this one do? AZRX 166. So it really hasn't moved. The pre-market highs almost up to $2 for AZRX. It's not a low flow, 50 million in the float. Is CLF having a financing? Why do you say that? I don't see any news about a financing. I'm not saying, I'm just looking at past days. I don't see any. Well, okay, guys, this one, yeah, this is a SPAC, guys. Yeah, tough spread. This is a SPAC. It just showed up on the options. Zach just mentioned it. It just showed up on the option scanner. You've got to be very careful. It's a tough, it can be a very tough spread. It's not my favorite alerts from my option scanner. Oh, I should have been paying attention to all this, guys. I forgot I had this on auto trade. This is in the simulator. Just give me a moment here. Boy, this SJR is just getting slammed here. As a Canadian, it's just hard for me to believe that this deal is going to go through, and that is the reason why this is just not. I don't think people believe. Well, if it goes through, it won't go. It'll go through, but it'll be a big fight. All right, things have settled down just a little bit. See, this is why I just don't like these SPACs. I mean, they can give you some really, really quick pops. But it's definitely not my favorite to show up in the option scanner. I don't have any control over it, of course, but so a great short so far from the AI this morning with AMTX. 2180 on the short, 2011 right now. That's a 7% move, guys. I just refuse to believe it'll take months before that would ever go through, in my opinion. If it ever goes through. Okay, guys, Under Armour starting to do something not bad here. A little over that $20 mark. That was kind of a psychological number to get through. This one, they're moving higher with unusual strong options. Okay, the filter right. You can do it yourself. You don't have to wait. But the one that is being shared is at 500%. In other words, 5 times. And I reduced it about 3 weeks ago to 300%. Again, you guys don't have to do the same thing. But so now it's only 3 times. Still pretty significant. Well, PJ, the reality is though is that they were protected territories. So Rogers couldn't come out into Western Canada. Shaw had very limited in Eastern Canada. So it was not. So I live in Vancouver. It's not like I had my pick of Rogers or Shaw at any time. So in that regard, it really doesn't make that much difference. But I just find it hard to believe that our federal watchdog in communications will allow it to go through without a fight. Okay, look at the little turnaround too in tech, guys. Look at the NAS up 52. Dow's not up as much as it was. SPY is basically flat. Little bit of a turnaround in the techs. Let's take a look at the Qs. You can see what it was doing earlier on, and now rallying a little bit. Guys, it's a great short alert here. 2180, 1980 now, $2 move. It's 9%. As a short AMTX, that is from the AI this morning. So silver, well, you're in a trade. I mean, this is all trade. You're in a trade ideas trading room. So I mean, these are all the scans that I have that I'm using. I'm not sure, does that answer your question? You're in a trade ideas trading room. So we're using trade ideas, the program trade ideas. In fact, what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to start this a little bit earlier. Normally I wait till about 10:30, but I think I'll start right now. So first of all, if you are new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. And I just want to drop my homepage link into our YouTube room also. We have a feed. I also monitor, it's the same room, don't have to go there. It's the same room in terms of they see my screen, they hear me. This is what I call the main trading room. No more activity, more traders in here. And you see at the top here, it says Barry's home page. Well, if you can find that tab, okay? Just the volume percent, okay? Just the volume percent, Night Fox. No, not the total number of contracts. I've kept that at 2,000 contracts, just the volume percent. So you find my home page up here. You click on it, and this is what you'll see. So, you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Here's a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha for 15% off. And please listen carefully. The first month only, or the entire year of Trade Ideas. Can't believe the number of emails that we get saying, how come I'm being charged full price on the second month? Well, if you only go month to month, I'm going to show you. Click on Get Trade Ideas. I'm going to show you how much Trade Ideas costs. So we basically have 4 plans. We have annual, monthly for premium and standard, okay? So if you take out an annual premium, it's $22.68 a year minus the 15%. The standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard, there are some other differences, but the main reason people want to take a look at our premium service is for the AI. And this is what the AI looks like. You just load this window every morning or incorporate this window as part of your layout. I'm going to go over this a little more detail and just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay? That's what the AI is. Nothing, you don't have to do anything. You just wait for the alerts to happen and you manage the trades as you see fit. So that's the big difference between premium and standard. You don't have to take out an annual program or an annual subscription. You want to go monthly, that's fine, month to month. So there's the cost, $118 for standard, $228 for premium, minus the 15% for the first month only. Okay? First month only. If we were going to offer 15% every month, then why would anybody take out an annual subscription? Okay? So that's how much Trade Ideas costs. More information from my homepage. You can sign up for the Trade of the Week. Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This week's Trade of the Week is Under Armour UA, which is doing pretty well. The trigger was suggested entry was 1960. So I think it's at 2011 right now. And how you manage to trade is up to you. These are in theory meant for longer term trades. But how you manage the trade, if you take it at all, is completely up to you. There is a stop. Let me just show you where the stop is for Under Armour. It's the rising 20 SMA. So there, that blue line right there is the 20 SMA. So that would be the stop. Obviously, it's nowhere near it now. But how you manage to trade is completely up to you. I do a recap video, usually around 1 o'clock. You can sign up for them here. Here are all my scans that I'm sharing. You click here, all the scans that I'm sharing. This one, the moving higher with unusually strong options, definitely is my favorite one. And as I say, if you load it, I have changed the minimum volume percent from 500 down to 300. So in other words, it has to be, instead of 5 times normal in terms of option activity, it only has to be 3 times normal. These 4 windows right here, the gap up shared, gap down shared, pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 scans that I use in the pre-market. Okay? A lot of other scans that I'm sharing though. You can pick and choose which ones you might want to take a look at. Education, a lot of education links right here. If you are new to Trade Ideas, I would like to pop this one in on its own. I'll answer your question in just a minute, Mark, okay? Okay, so if you are new to Trade Ideas, just pop that link on its own, the 20 lessons. It won't take you 20 days. You click on that, And if you're new to Trade Ideas, I really encourage you to spend the time to familiarize yourself with some of the basic features that we have to offer. What is a top list, building one, an alert window, creating one, etc. Okay? Most of all the basic features are explained here. These are not videos. It's all text-based. You can go through them very quickly, I think, but really, spend the time. And if you don't have Trade Ideas, you can also click on that link to see what the basic options that we have. In that education tab or section, also daily support section or sessions. So as I said before, we do have a YouTube room also that I moderate, and I do that between 9 and noon. And I take a break at around noon, and one of the other traders takes over. Today is Monday, so I think that is Sean. He'll be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. It's a general Q&A, but I will say this, Sean is more of an options trader. So you might, if you want to ask him questions about options, you can do so. We don't trade, we don't scan for options. We only scan stocks. But, my option scanner just looks for stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Here's the free trading room. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. More educational videos here. And I really like this one. If you are brand new to trading, not just to Trade Ideas, but you're a complete neophyte, it's a great little series that one of our traders put together, Michael Noss. And it literally starts off with what is a stock. Okay, so that's how basic it is. So I think this is, if you're new to trading, completely new, these are great little videos to watch. They're very short. Trading ebooks we put together. Okay, so a lot of information from my homepage. So you can save the link to my homepage so you can, look at all the stuff later on. And just give me a moment here. So again, my homepage right there, there's the tab, my homepage, okay? And so when you click on it, so you can always save that link, and so you can take a look at my scans later, all the education links later, okay? All right, so I had a question, new to Trade Ideas. Notice charts have buy and sell recommendations. So no, so if you see a buy or sell, like here, okay, these are just previous AI alerts. That's all they are. I shouldn't say all they are, but that's what they are. So that means that Under Armour, UA, on this day, on whatever day that is, I can't quite tell it's covering, but there was a buy recommendation. Okay, and another one here. Obviously, it didn't, you wouldn't want to have held it too long, but that's all these are doing, okay? They were just previous AI alerts. Everything is Eastern time, Silver, okay? Everything is Eastern time. I mean, I'm on the West Coast, but, if you hear me say a time, everything is Eastern time. Just makes it easier. All right, now let me just go over what Trade Ideas is. For those of you who are new into this room, not really understanding what you're seeing. Well, first of all, we're a scanner. Trade Ideas is a scanner. And we get a lot of the questions. One of the more typical questions we get, well, I have ABC Broker, can I use your program? Well, we're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use our program, okay? Doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can use our program. And that's what we are, we're a scanner. So what do I mean by a scanner? Well, this is a scan. I've called it basic new highs and lows. So this is what it looks like. Here are the filters that I'm using. I'm only wanting to see stocks between $1 and $20. Current volume is at least 4. That means it's trading at least 4 times normal. Minimum 400,000 shares, etc. Okay? If a stock meets all these filter requirements and makes a new high, or a new low, I get a real-time alert. That's why I see these stocks. Okay, so that's just a very simple scan that I put together. And one of the things we did as a company is, instead of making people learn a programming language, we said, you know what, let's try to create enough alerts and filters that they, for the vast majority of you out there, with the number of alerts that we've created, I mean, here are the alerts: new high, new low, and all these icons are all alerts. And if I get down to these icons here, these are the filters. So we think we've created enough alerts and filters that you can find a combination that will allow you to create a scan for the things that you like to see. Now, of course, I am sharing all my scans, so you don't necessarily have to create anything from scratch if you don't want to, but obviously we give the opportunity to create things completely from scratch, but not having to learn a programming language. So that is what Trade Ideas is. We're a scanner. All right. Now I'm going to get into a little more of the guts of the program, I suppose, and talk a little bit about our AI. So we have what we call around, I think we have about 70 what we call baseline strategies. So the AI, once the market closes, the AI, artificial intelligence, AI gets to work on an optimization routine to those 50 baseline strategies. That's what happened Friday afternoon once the market closed. And of those 70 baseline strategies, these are the strategies that made the cut. I wouldn't concern myself too much about why a strategy made the cut, or what is even the name of the strategy, or from what segment. You see it says Grail, Neo, and 2.0. In my opinion, to uncomplicate the whole thing, is all you have to do is this. Click on New from our toolbar, the AI/Holly strategy trades window, and this is what you'll see. Okay? And you will get no alerts until at least 9:35. Okay? The AI doesn't work in the pre-market. And you just wait for the alerts to happen. You have an entry, you have a stop, and you just, you manage the trades as you see fit. What I would do is I would incorporate this window as part of your layout, so you don't have to load it every morning. You can just, load it and then save your layout with this window in it, and just wait for the alerts to happen every day. This is part of our premium service. Yeah, Night Fox, I don't know. You can try YouTube and see if it cleans things up a little bit more for you. I'll give you the YouTube link. I have, you can try to reload. Everybody's computers, the setups, and it's almost impossible, depending on what your setup is, for me to know why your setup would show a blurry screen. I think for the most part, people find my screen not to be blurry. So it's hard for me to know. But you can always head over to the YouTube room. It's just not quite as much interaction among traders, but you can always see. Definitely mute me in one or the other though, because there is, I think, a slight delay in the YouTube room. But I can't help you. I don't know. All right, so that is, okay, so that's a general idea about what Trade Ideas is, and our AI, as we call it. And now I want to talk about this window that you see here. Okay, this is what we call our Brokerage Plus window. And only accessible if you're using our app. If you're using our web-based version, Brokerage Plus is not available. So, if you have, right now, if you have an interactive broker's account, and you want to use this window to trade your Interactive Brokers account, you can do so. And just pop this video in. All right, you can pop this video in. It's called B Plus Connections, okay? And it's going to show you, I know there is a reference to E-Trade and also TDA. Ignore them right now. But if you have an Interactive Brokers account, then you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to actually connect to your Interactive Brokers account, and then you can trade using this window from within Trade Ideas. Okay? Now, why would you want to be able to do that? If you have Interactive Brokers, I mean, it's kind of an archaic, old-looking order entry system. Okay, this looks a lot nicer. But if that were the only reason, that wouldn't be a big reason to do it. But what you can do is, and you have to watch that video. Let's just say you click on AGS, and you like what you see. You go back to AGS, right-click on it, and you see where it says Trade. And you see I've got these buying and shorting options that I can select from. So how did that happen? Well, you have to watch the video, and you can set up your own buying and shorting selections. And so this is what we call one-click trading, though. You just pick how you want to trade it, click on it, done. Okay, you can set up a stop, you can set up how much you want to risk per trade, the number of shares you're going to take. All right, so but you have to watch that video. It covers everything regarding trading using this Brokerage Plus window. And if you have an Interactive Brokers account, these are hotkeys. So you can, if I want to get out of a trade, I can flatten it. If I want to get out of half my trade, I can double my trade. Okay, so these are some hotkeys for you. So McNally, the question is, if you have an Apple computer, can you use Trade Ideas? Yes and no. I'm going to pop this in. This is a podcast that was done a while back. If you're willing to use a program like Parallel, some kind of an emulation program, because the app is the way to go if you can, okay? It is more robust than the web-based version. The web-based version, of course, you can use with your Mac. I mean, it's not bad, don't get me wrong, it's not bad, but it doesn't have access to this Brokerage Plus and the simulator, which I want to go into right now, how you can practice paper trading using our simulator, okay? If you don't care about that, then the web-based version program is fine, okay? The other way you can do it is using something like Amazon Web Services, AWS, and you can also do it there. But I just popped that. Well, Windows is better. I mean, I'm not going to, it's the easiest way. Okay, but we're getting some people saying, the web-based version is fine. It's just that, you don't have, if you don't care about having this, and I'm going to go over this right now in terms of paper trading. If you don't care about having this, then the web-based version is fine. But I think I just want to pop this in here. Oh, I did. So if you want to, right there, Mac users, okay? There was a podcast that was done a little while ago by Trade Ideas. No, only Interactive Brokers. Only Interactive Brokers right now, okay? You want to use this what we call our Brokerage Plus, you have to have an Interactive Brokers account right now. We're looking at E-Trade next. When that's going to happen, I don't know. But if you want to use this right now, it has to be with an Interactive Brokers account. Okay? Now, the other big use of Brokerage Plus is as a simulator. If you're new to trading, you'll hear me say this all the time. If you're new to trading, please practice trading first. Do not commit money to the market until you've practiced trading. Okay? And all you have to do is click on Sim, and it's using our real-time data. It doesn't matter who your broker is. The other question I get a lot is, well, I have this broker. Can I still use your simulator? Yes, because it's using our real-time data. And it's really simple. Well, Interactive Broker. It's just a big brokerage company. Okay, Interactive Brokers. Not a dumb question. If you don't know, it's not a dumb question. But Interactive Brokers. It's a huge, and they're available in Canada and all over the world, really. Called Interactive Brokers. Okay, so this is how easy it is to use the simulator. When you click on an alert, notice how the symbol shows up. I just clicked on Levi right here. The symbol shows up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. You can pick the price you want to get in at. Okay? But I always like to demonstrate at the beginning how you can use it by maybe a pullback play. Okay? Because a lot of people might like to take a trade, but they don't want to trade. Everything you see here is near the high of the day. They might want to take the trade if it pulls back to a certain price, and then they want to get into the trade. So I want to show you how you can do that. So guys, because I'm, doing what I'm doing, I completely missed this trade here. Look at this, LC 1696, 1743, coming from my option scanner. Again, I'm not trading the options. It's just looking at stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Okay, that's what it's looking for. It's not trading the options. However, I know there are some people who will look at this and go, okay, maybe I'll trade the option if you're an option trader. If it helps you trade the option, great. Okay, so let me try to take maybe some kind of a pullback. Okay, let's look at ICPT. Let's just say you really liked ICPT, but you didn't want to take it right now. You wanted it maybe if it pulled back to, I don't know, 2350, right down to here. Okay, I'm just showing you how you can do it. So I accidentally clicked on something here. I should still be in this trade in the simulator. I must have actually flattened it. Okay. Because there's no way, I would be still in the simulator. I would still be in. I must have accidentally highlighted it and flattened it while I was describing how you can do it. Yeah, so Sarah, click on my home page, okay? Click on my homepage link, and I'm just going to pop it in here. Okay, my homepage link, and go to the scan section, and you'll see it there. Moving higher with unusual option activity. It's not on my watch list or my channel because what they're trying to do with the channel bar is keep it very simple and not have that many windows. This is still a great window, okay, for my channel. And you won't see this. I don't hide it, but this is on another monitor. Not going to display it. Okay, so where was I? I'm just trying. All right, ICPT. Let's just say I wanted to take this trade down here. If it pulled back all the way back down to 2352. All right, so I can pick how many shares I would want to take. 300 shares, just using that as an example. And I'm going to put 2352. Again, this is just showing you how you can do this. 2352. And when I click on the buy button, see I've put 2352 in both of these boxes. I click on buy and nice big blue line shows up. So if ICPT comes back down to 23.52, it'll take the trade. Okay? Now, if it started to come down to this price and for whatever reason you said, you know what, I don't like it anymore, I don't want to take the trade anymore, you just have to go to the orders and right click on it and cancel it. Okay, so you don't have to take, just because you put it in, obviously you don't have to take the trade. Now, could also done it the other way. Let's just say there was a level above the current price that you thought if it could take out that level, maybe there's some resistance above, that you'd like to take the trade. So you could have done it the other way also. You could have put a couple of prices above the current price where you'd like to take the trade and click the buy button, and you would have seen a big blue line above the current price. Okay, so this is how you can use the simulator for a pullback. Now let's just take a trade right now, because now we're going to start talking about stops, share sizing, money management, things like that. If you're brand new to trading, I think this is pretty important to listen to what I'm going to say next. When you get into a trade, guess what? They're not all going to work. So you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade and move on. All right? You don't want to get stubborn about, well, I'm pretty sure this is going to work eventually, or I've heard great things. You have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade so you have a manageable loss. You don't want to start getting into trades. Like if you have a $5,000 account, you don't want to start risking $1,000 a trade. Okay, so I'm going to demonstrate how you can get into a trade and then with the concept of putting a stop in so you'll get out at that price. So let's just take a look at one here. Look at SLG or SGLB now, guys. Wow. It's coming right back. Hey, look, I'm not trying to say it was easy. I mean, all the way back down to $6. But why does it do something like that? Look at the float, 7 million in the float. Look how many shares it's traded, almost 80 million. It's almost, you do the math, 7 and 80. Okay, so it's over 10 times the float. Okay, OCG, let's see. Okay, I just want to take a trade that makes maybe a little bit of sense just to show you, and then where you would put a stop. Okay, let's just take this trade, UEC. Okay, I just want to take this trade. The market, I'm going to go into the market. It's only a 1 cent spread. I'm going to take 500 shares. This is in the simulator, okay? 500 shares of UEC. Okay? So it just took the trade, 285. Now, where would I get out of this trade? So I'm trying to make this math really simple, and it's actually not that bad. And you're going to, the next question is, well, how do I know where to put a stop? And that's where the experience comes in. You have to look at, once you've seen a lot of charts, you'll start to see the way things, what you might size up as a support area on a chart, so that if they broke down below that support area, you should be out of the trade. That's it. In order to make this really simple, I'm going to put the stop, which wouldn't be, terrible, around 274 or 275. And you're going to see that it's going to show up right on the chart. Okay, so you're going to see the stop will show up right on the chart. So here it is, 275. It's a 10-cent stop. Okay, so, all right, my little puppy is here beside me. Okay, just a minute, please. All right, so let's just say, for argument's sake, you got into this trade at 285 and your stop is at 275. That's a dime away. If you can afford to risk, say, $100 a trade, you could take 1,000 shares. You would divide 10 cents, the difference between your entry and your stop. Divide that into $100 and you get 1,000 shares. Okay? If the trade doesn't work and you do obey your stop, you should lose, within reason, make it some slippage, but you'll lose $100 if you obey your stop, getting out at 275 if you're in at 285. 1,000 shares times 10 cents equals $100. So that's how you share size. Okay, don't get into or don't fall into the rut that every time you take a trade, you want to buy 500 shares or 1,000 shares or 100 shares. How many shares you take will be dictated by where your stop is and your entry price. Subtract the two and divide that number into how much you're willing to risk. So again, if you're willing to risk $100 and your stop is 10 cents away, then you can, 10 cents into 100 equals 1,000 shares. So that's the concept, okay? Now, here's where it gets dicey, because this is what is going to happen to you. Remember, all this can be done in the simulator. This is where it gets dicey. You get into a trade and you start understanding the concept of placing a stop, because you don't, you have to determine based on your account side what is going to be a manageable loss. So let's just say it is $100. You don't want to lose more than $100. So you get into this trade at 285 and your stop's at 275. You've heard great things, but all of a sudden it starts coming down to your stop. And you start second guessing. Well, maybe, my stop is too tight. I didn't quite, I looked at the chart and I thought that's where a stop should be. Maybe it's too tight. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start lowering my stop. So now instead of losing, I know I should have put 1,000 here. I put 500, but now instead of having that manageable $100 loss, it's turning into 200. It starts approaching your new stop. It's down to 300, 400, 500, and finally you give up. Say, oh man, I was so stupid, but you give up, and now you're out for a $500 loss instead of that manageable $100 loss. And you'll do it. That's why if you practice in the simulator, okay, you'll do it. Even once you start trading your money, live money, I guarantee that you're going to second guess your stops from time to time. So if it keeps happening to you, this is why this is beautiful. You just leave it in here, and if it hits your stop price, all the emotion is taken out of the trade. It just takes you out automatically. Okay? It just takes you out automatically. Now, here's the other deal. Just like I was saying with this one, SGLB, okay? There was the price, 610. It got stopped out almost immediately. Got in at 939. The stop was very tight, 940. Gave you a second chance to get in at 6. And I'm not saying it was easy, because it did pull back to 6 at one point. But from that it did also get up to, well, let me get the chart up. Before it pulled back to 6 again, it made it all the way up to 760, 768 from that second 6 entry. So what I'm saying is that the same thing with you. If you get into a trade, you get stopped out, it could come back up to your original entry and it could set up again. Maybe you were just a little bit early. The AI was just a little bit early on this one. Okay? Same thing with your trades. You could be just a little bit early, you get stopped out, but it might give you a second opportunity to get back into the trade because the setup, it still looks good. Question was, what scan pulled up UEC? I can't remember. It was on some scan that I have. I can't remember. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, I am now back. Yeah. Well, that's it, Silver. You have to have, that's only going to come with chart experience, reading lots of charts. Where, some people will put it at the bottom of a 2 15-minute candles. You might look at a chart and you see a lot of consolidation at a price. It's only going to come with experience. No, there's no easy. Trading is difficult, okay? And you have to look at lots and lots and lots of charts. And eventually, you start to get a sense for, I see a sort of a support area. Look at the 6, for example, here. I'm not saying, that'd be a very wide stop, but, for SGLB. So, as I say, it'll only come with experience. And that's why, if you use a simulator, you can practice. You can start to say, okay, I see what he's been talking about, maybe with consolidation on a chart, a little bit on certain time frames. That looks like that could be a good support area. So if it broke down through that support area, I should be out of the trade. Practice trading. Okay, so our charts refresh every about 8 seconds, okay? When you click on an alert, it is a real-time price, okay? It is real-time, but it'll take about 8 seconds to refresh. Now, before you start thinking, well, that's crazy, because I thought so too. When we introduced charts about 3 years ago, I think I was using eSignal as my charting platform at the time. So what I did was I put my eSignal chart side by side to my Trade Ideas charts, and I wanted to see what sort of difference it would make. I ran it like that for 2 weeks. After 2 weeks, I realized that it didn't make any difference at all. Most of the time, when I click on an alert, okay, I'm not staring at this chart. What I'm doing now is I'm looking at my order entry. And I'm, so I'm not staring at this chart anymore. I'm just looking at my order entry and trying to see if I want to take the trade. This is going to by the time I look at it again, it'll upgrade. But I mean, it doesn't really, to me, it made no difference whatsoever. Okay, so this is a 2-minute chart. This is a 5-minute chart, 15-minute chart, monthly, weekly, and daily. And I think you're kidding, Mr. McDuck, right? Nobody ever would tell you this is a get rich quick scheme. Nobody. Not here, anyway. I think you're kidding, though. You shouldn't be, Jeff. I mean, we got traders that use within Trade Ideas who use IB, and I don't think they're seeing any lag at all. So I don't know what to say. You shouldn't see any lag at all. All right, here talking about Kodak. Yeah, for me, it's got you know, if I'm going to get interested in this one, this really has to take out this 14. I know I'm giving up $4, but remember where it went. Well, I guess this is not going to pull it back. Remember, just to demonstrate how you can place a pullback order using our simulator, ICPT. This does not look like it's going to pull it back. And nice pop actually now, ICPT, nice pop. Look at the potential fill here. So GBR, yeah, got halted, and what did it do on the resumption? Wow. Yeah, looking left, even though I'm an intraday trader, the majority, I mean, I don't swing trade very much, but because I'm a momentum trader, virtually everything I see is making a new high for the day. All right. Doesn't mean I just take the trade because it's made a new high for the day, of course. But now that's why I have these higher time frames here, the daily and the weekly and the monthly. Because what now my focus is, okay, great, you've made a new high for the day. Where could you keep going to without encountering chart resistance on these higher time frames? So that's why I was mentioning the ICPT as an example. So when you look at the daily chart, look left, what do you see? The next high looking left is 2567. It's at 2447 right now. I'm not saying that this 2567 is going to get there or that it would even block it, but you know, that is the next high looking left. You can probably see there's quite a bit of resistance, maybe right around here, around 29. There's highs right there in the daily on these 3 days right there. That could be even that could really be resistance, but that is far enough away. So that's the sort of thing. That's why I have the daily and the weekly and the monthly charts up to see where the next highs are on these charts, where it could be blocked from going any higher. Okay, energy. Let's take a look at energy. Well, I guess I don't have to tell you. I mean, it's basically an all-time high. So my thoughts are, I mean, if you think energy, this is the sector it's in, I really don't. I don't know what else I can add. I mean, it's basically an all-time high, 43.54. Yeah, I mean, it's almost like last week. What did it get to? 43.04. A few weeks ago, it got up to 43.54. I mean, I don't know. I don't really know what else I can add. I mean, if I'm not going to say yes, that looks like a great buy or anything like that. Had a nice little pullback 3 weeks ago. Now it's almost at an all-time high. If you believe in the sector, did I check Kirk? Nope. But let's take a look at Kirk. Yeah, great move today. Great move today. No action in the pre-market. Look at that. There's the tan area right there. There's the pre-market activity. No action. No clue that this was going to happen. Yeah, I mean, you couldn't tell that this was going to happen. You know, pretty low float, 12.5 million in the float. Look at AMC. Wow. This is definitely a gap up and go. It gapped up and it went. A gap up and go. Yeah, actually, Kirk, I don't think is even showing up in any one of my scans. And why wouldn't it be? Because most of my scans, the relative volume is too low. You know, it's 1.5. So even though it's had a great move and all that, but it won't show up in most of my scans because I think I have, like this one is a 4 relative volume, I believe. Most of my scans have a higher relative volume. So the question is, well, then why don't you just lower it so you can pick up Kirk? And you're right. Well, it'll pick up Kirk, but it may pick up a lot of other stocks that I don't want to see. So it's always a trade-off. That's a question we get all the time. How come my scan didn't pick this up? Or how would I create a scan to pick up? I can create a scan that'll pick up anything you want. But you have to understand, it may pick up a lot of other, the one good one might also show you 10 that you don't want, and you get inundated with a lot of alerts that you don't care about seeing. So it's always a trade-off. I think, let's take a look at the retail sector. So it's kind of choppy actually. I thought the way United or Under Armour was trading and Macy's, is Macy's still high? Moving higher? Yeah, I would have thought that XRT would have been ripping here. I mean, it's up, don't get me wrong, it is up. But I would have thought it'd be almost like straight up. Yeah, I saw that one in the pre-market. It is wild. The BMBL. I didn't talk about it because the spread was just, yeah. I mean, I don't know what to say. Oh no, it was another one. I'm sorry, it was another one. I think it started with B that was absolutely crazy in the pre-market. Well, you know, it's fairly low float. This was the IPO from a little while ago. You know, I don't know what to say. I mean, yeah, it just trades a little too erratically for me. But, you know, there it is. I mean, it's a nice break on the 15s. And usually, though, in this case, I mean, the spread isn't terrible, 30 cents, but for a $73 stock. It's sort of out of the price range that I focus on, that's all. Well, for instance, in this one, but my parameters don't have to be your parameters, of course. But I mean, you know, I only, in this one, the basic new highs and lows as an example, you know, the price is between 1 and 20. That's at current volume. It means it has to be trading 4 times normal, what it would normally be doing it up to this point of the day. 400,000 shares, up at least 4% from the open, things like that. But, you know, that's in this scan. Another scan, I may have slightly different parameters. This scan is all loaded with options. 1 in 25. But this is more zeroing in on stocks that are having abnormal option activity. So it's got, and I don't get very many alerts from it. I've only had 4 alerts today. And that's fine. So if you're new to trading, one of the reasons I created my watch list, it usually just gives you obviously it's going to be some a finite number, but a pretty low number of stocks to look at, as well as my options scanner. So here's a total of 1, 2, 3. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Plus, there's 12 stocks total so far today out of those 2, and usually they're spaced time-wise. Yeah, AMC is one. Again, I'm not dwelling on the Wall Street bets stocks very much. You have to do what you have to do. They're going to be wild and woolly. But I saw this in the pre-market, and one of the favorite things I like to do is watching to see how well a stock holds over a whole number. And this dipped just below. But in the pre-market, it was over 12, and when it popped over. But I'm not going to recommend taking an AMC. I'm not going to recommend taking a GME. These are stocks that you have to, this is all this with this Wall Street bet stuff. So all right, so listen, guys, be really careful here. I'm only going to show, here. Look at what's happening with GME right now. Okay, starting to a little bit of plunge mode. Look at KOSS. Plunge mode. Now AMC, it is starting to, it's holding a lot better than those other 2. Well, it only works when the market. Okay, we start getting our data at 7 in the morning Eastern time. Okay, so that's when our scanners start to work. Technically, it's 6:45, but I like to just say 7 in the morning till basically 7 at night. Obviously, not 24 hours because the market's not open 24 hours. Thank goodness. All right, guys. Well, as always, fast and furious mornings. This has been a really good short from the AI. I had one little pull up here on the 15-minute chart, but basically straight down. 21.80 on the alert, $19 now on the short. That's 12%, 12.5%. And of course the SGLB, I can't hammer the point home enough. If you have the AI, absolutely make sure you add the reentry time and reentry price columns. Okay, easy to do. Right click on one of the column headers, any one of them, right click, columns, and then scroll down, it's all alphabetical order, and add them, okay? You will get an alert. You'll get you'll get the alert also, an audible alert, when there is a reentry price. Notice that there's only one that's happened to today so far. How now these reentry prices is, I'd like to see them firm it up, maybe make it a little more scientific, but at this point it's just halfway between the entry and the stop. So in this case, pretty easy math. $6 is halfway between 610 and 590. So if a stock hits the stop and then comes back to that halfway point, then that's when we get an alert. That's why nothing has happened here. So even though this one has hit the stop, halfway between 30.49 and 29.45, whatever that is, if it got up to that price, you will get a re-entry for Ruby. Probably the 15-minute chart more than, 5 I glance at, but the 15 I probably look more at. But then, of course, as I'm always saying, the higher time frames. But that's me. Listen, there are a lot of people in the room that, swear by 1-minute charts, and depends what sort of a trader you are. AEVA. I don't think I've seen that one before. AEVA. Looks like this was I guess this is a SPAC. Well, maybe not. It's an IP. Oh, it's an IPO today. Or no, it's not it's an IPO today, sorry. Okay, IPO today. You're talking about up here. If you just loaded it, you're only going to see the last ones. If you just loaded it. That's why you probably just see SGLB at the top here. You won't see anything that happened previous if you just loaded it. All right, guys. So what time is it? 11:20. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this I guess we have to look at it, but this is a big sell here for GME. And the cost, I'm sure, is doing the same thing. Whereas AMC, just one moment, please. Okay. 8:30. Where was I? I can't remember where I was. AMC, that's right, that's right. I was looking at AMC, and it's not. I mean, it's having a sell, but it's not nearly as dramatic as the other two. Whew, sorry, guys. I had to catch my breath there. So yeah, see the market is starting to drift down now. A lot of stocks are being pulled down. I'm seeing the market. Look at the SPY's doing. This MX is starting to come down a bit. Okay, one moment, please. Um, Not for me. Not, at least not at Interactive Brokers. It still says it's shortable. Not that I'm going to do it, but 200,000 shares at Interactive Brokers anyway. I can't remember. Somebody. Oh, AEVA. AEVA. That's what it was. AEVA. That's the IPO. It just got halted. This was not easy, guys. This SGLB, not easy. Look how choppy it was on the 15s. You know, a lot of these big topping tails, plunge, up, down, bottoming tail, up. So, and these are wide. I mean, these are not like 20, 30 cents. So this was not easy. That is correct. E-Trade is not available yet in Brokerage Plus. That is correct. I don't know when it will be available. So you can ask me, and that's what I'm going to have to say. I just don't know when it's going to be available. Ooh, prison stock. CXW. Look at this one on the move here. Interesting. Oh, it's a great chance. I mean, they're testing it like mad. It has some bugs I have to fix. Oh, it'll happen. I just don't know when. Yeah, not shortable for me. Ruby was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys, I'm just kind of taking a look at some of my thumbnail charts. Nothing really happened. OCUP. Wow. Look at this, guys. I mean, cut in half. I think they did have some news this morning. Yeah, positive. So they had some positive data. But look at this. 10 million in the float. Got as high as 14. Basically, no, not quite at 7. Coming right back down to the lows of the last 2 days. Bunch of fluff, obviously a fluffy press release. Yeah, there's a big move now in the SPY. Yeah, that's a straight down move. Okay, guys, I will be right back. What time is it? 11:29. So I'll be right back. Give me about 3 minutes or so. Oops. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm now back. Yeah, I know you guys have been talking about Jill, and that's another one of those stocks. I think it's one of those stocks. When I say those stocks, I'm talking about the Wall Street. I think it is. I think it went crazy that week also. I may be wrong. Does not. It's amazing. It's traded 20 contracts a day. And I'm talking about Jill. Well, obviously the star of the day is SGLB. I mean, that press release is just put Lockheed Martin in a press release, and that'll do it. And with 7 million in the float, that's what. Look at this: 126 million shares have traded already. So that's about 18 times the float. Yeah, so everybody's idea will be different. I shouldn't say everybody's, but I mean, depends on the size of stock that you normally trade. For me, anything under 20 million would be a low float. Okay, that's for me. But if you're somebody, if a person normally trades things like Facebook, FB with 2.3 billion in the float, they may consider something with 100 million in the float a low float. Okay, so it really depends on the types of stocks you traded in the past. For me personally, anything under 20 million, I would consider a low float. So when you get, obviously 7 million is lower than 20. So the lower that number, when there is demand for the stock, for whatever reason, they had a press release this morning. So, I mean, that's the reason. So there's high demand, low supply. And that's why you can get these crazy, crazy, insane moves. Like anything else out there, you have a low supply of something, and for whatever reason people want it, price is going to go up. So the lower that number, the float, the better if you're looking for stocks that are going to have these. But the flip, the reverse is true. Because once the rug gets pulled, once all of a sudden there's a little bit of selling that takes place, with a float like that, it can really drop quickly. So I always say, if you're going to get into anything that is a low float situation, you cannot buy the stock and then wander away. Okay, because these stocks can fall even more quickly than they go up. Meanwhile, MNOV is some rippage here. MNOV 658. Wow, look at this one. It's not a super low float, 44 million in the float. That's not super low, but look at the volume coming in. Look at the volume. And man, where could this go? So you look left, the next high looking left on the daily chart is 740. Yeah, it cracks that. I mean, then the next high is up here at 10. I'm not saying it's getting there. But let's see if it rests just a little bit. But look at the volume coming in. Well, let's not forget what happened. 3 days ago, it got up to, 1087, drops, cut in half on Friday. So that's Wednesday, Thursday. So there's Friday, trying to come back a little bit now. Well, sometimes though, when you have a low float situation, even if you've set a stop loss, these low floats, depending how quickly they move down, they can blow right through your stop loss. So it's always a good idea to be watching, even ahead of where your stop is. So what I'm saying is you might put a stop in at, let's just say you were, let's take a look at the SGLB. So you might put a stop, right here at 757, okay? And you wander away. All of a sudden, if intense selling comes in, it could blow right through your stop. So you may not get as much, you may not get out of your position. Let's say you had 500 shares, maybe you only get out of 100 shares, and it keeps going down. Just because you want it to all be sold or filled at a certain price doesn't mean that's what's going to happen. So that's why I'm saying I would never wander away when I'm in a low float stock. Well, let's see if that holds up here. 740, as I was saying, is the high looking left. That was Thursday's high for MNOV. Let's see if that stalls it enough. For William, wanting to short this right here. So guys, I take a break at around 12. So today it is, I'm just going to verify, I'm pretty sure it's going to be Sean who will be taking over in the YouTube feed. I just want to I'm just going to send him a message. I want to make sure it is him. All right, I'm watching this MNOV also. Okay, DNK just got halted. Well, it's just a little one for news. Okay, it is Sean. Okay, so Sean will be taking over around noon, the YouTube feed. And again, Sean is more of an options trader. So those of you who have, again, we don't scan for options as such, but you might have questions. And it's a general Q&A. It doesn't have to be just about options. He just happens to be more of an options trader. I don't know what the news is. I mean, you're talking about MNOV? I have no idea. Oh, here we go. Hearing unknown research firm. Great. That's the news, guys. It's hilarious. I love it. This is from Interactive Brokers. Hearing an unknown research firm sets a $23 price target. There's your news. An unknown. You can't get too much more vague than that, but well, 73 cents in 3 minutes is I would, for that one. I mean that can have a dollar in a minute. But I hear you. Yes. There we go. Okay, William. I'm sure you've taken some out now. Yeah, this is it. I mean, this is interesting with this SJR. I mean, I know it has popped here. But this is way below the so-called takeover of $40. Now, again, I have to remember that's Canadian dollars. So let me just do kind of a quick conversion. So that, that could be around 34 US, so it's still quite a bit under. I just think this is it is going to come under a lot of scrutiny. This Rogers takeover of of Shaw. Yeah, I'm just reading the news here. All right, guys. Well, let's see. I'm not getting too many new alerts now. So what you're seeing here is the simulator, okay? So these are some trades, and I always like to talk about the max P&L and the distance from the exit price and your closed P&L, okay? So it's not dramatic, though. If I look at MX, The most I could have made when I was selling the trade was $57. I closed out for an $88 loss. I probably, I don't think you should let that happen. If you want to close out for almost flat, fine. Here, closed out, the most I could have made in LC was 63. I closed out for 44. So that's, it's close. This is the one I was just demonstrating. But why I like to see this one, see this says minus 21 cents. So in other words, from where I got out, it is 21 cents under where I got out. So that's what you'd like to see. This gives you an idea about how good your exits are. If you now, and what you don't want to see, let's just say that max P&L at one point for MX was $300, and I would allow it to turn into like a $200 loss. You would never do that as a trader, okay? I'm not able to pay attention to this, of course, as much as I would like to. But if you're using the simulator, and certainly if it's real money, you're paying attention to this all the time. Okay? Like, treat the simulator like it's your real money, not just play money. We give you $100,000. And also, if you keep a trade, you don't close out at the end of the day, then of course it carries forward the next day and days afterwards. So in other words, you can practice swing trading using this also. And this is the simulator. All right, guys, again, I'm just waiting to get some new alerts. Nothing new is showing up. Well, except SGLB keeps making a new high. So when you look left on this weekly chart, what do we see? That 10 level, right up here, that 10 level. I mean, that may stall it. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. This one sort of surprised me. I actually thought that Yalla might have a real chance today to do some damage here, but not. It was an earnings play released pre-market. It held. You see why I thought I was encouraged by it, thinking that it might do something, because look what it did in the pre-market, and it held. By that I mean it didn't have a big drop in the pre-market. It basically held, and it was right at the high of the pre-market. But once the market opened, look at this plunge. But I was more, I thought, well, okay, look at all this room it has, looking left, that had, kept, it was above these highs right there in the pre-market. But it's not to be. That's why I don't try to predict, or I don't try to ahead of time take something unless you can't be, there's no such thing as 100% in terms of getting into something, but I was no way I was going to say, okay, I think this is what's going to happen. It's going to fill this void, and therefore I shall take this right now. I wanted to wait for the market to open, and I didn't think it was going to do this, but All right, guys. So I'm going to put my announcement in. I'll be taking a break pretty soon. I'm just waiting for Sean to show up in the YouTube room, and then I'll be taking a break. And I may be a little longer today. I'm actually expecting a contractor to show up around 9:30 or 12:30 Eastern Time. That was the phone call. So I may come back, and then I may have to disappear for a while. I don't trade cryptos, no. Only thing I look at the stocks, some of the crypto stocks, but I don't trade I don't trade Bitcoin if that's what you mean, or any of the other cryptos. Never got into it. Yeah, well, it had the pullback, sort of. I know it was over 60,000 over the weekend, and then India came out and said, you know what? We're going to give people, what, 5 or 6 months to liquidate their. We're basically making crypto illegal in India, and we're going to give people, what, 5 or 6 months to liquidate their positions? Something like that. So that kind of put a bit of a damper. But look at the recovery. Still short GME. Where's the VWAP? 261.94. Oh, I see. So it. But China's done the same thing, haven't they? They've banned cryptos. I think China has done the same thing. I think, even though I know there's some, I know Ebon is a crypto play, but all right, let's take a little look back and see what happened with my option scanner. So 722 on the alert. I'm not saying it would have been super easy, but it did get up to 875. This was, very, very quick. I don't love it when the SPACs show up in this, but it is what it is. 1208. It did get up to 1258. I think the LC did okay, 1696, and it got up to 1769. I don't think this one really moved that much. 2480 got over 25, but so certainly the SGLB and the LC pretty good from the option scanner today. And of course from my watch list, well, the Ruby was awesome. 2130 getting up to $39 just about. My goodness. And the rest of them I think did okay. The AMC 1270. So when you see an upward blue arrow, that's just the candle in which the alert happened, okay? So for instance, on the 15-minute chart, there's where the alert happened for AMC. On the 5-minute chart, it's here. The 2-minute chart would be previous. You can't see it. And then, of course, the SGLB, we know what happened there. AZRX, let's see what it did. 166. And it really didn't do very much. EBIX, EBIX has a big gap. 33.52. Yeah, normally I don't, on my watch list, normally I don't have stocks over really $20. But this one, I just looked at this potential fill here. Look at this. See, if this can take out at some point, well, it did 32.90. I mean, look at the room EBIX has as a potential swing trade for those of you liking to swing trade. And then Levi was actually the trade of the week last week, wasn't it? So it's actually, it's just sort of making its way up. And then this AGS 979, not terrible, 1040. So not bad. My watch list and also the options gave some not bad play. So, okay, I'm just going to put the announcement in here because I'm anticipating Sean. Oh, look at this, guys. Remember I was saying I had the pullback play on ICPT. I was demonstrating it. So it took the trade. Let's just see where it is now. So back around 12:30, just waiting for Sean to show up. So remember I put that line right there as a pullback. So if it pulled back to 23.52, it would take the trade. So that's what it did. Now at this point, if you didn't want to be in the trade anymore, you didn't like the way it was trading, you could, of course, I'm just going to exit it. Okay, I'm just going to flatten it. Oh yes, let me just. Okay, so I think Sean. Okay, Sean, I see you're in there. I will stop streaming right now. Now at this point, if you didn't want to be in the trade anymore, you didn't like the way it was trading, you could, of course, I'm just going to exit it. Okay, I'm just going to flatten it. Oh yes, let me just. Okay, so I think Sean. Okay, Sean, I see you're in there. I will stop streaming right now.
All right, all right, all right. Hello, everybody. It's your boy, Chicago Sean McLaughlin. Welcome to the live Trade Ideas Q&A, the daily Q&A. We do this every day at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. What's happening? Barry, thanks for passing that over. I appreciate that. Whoa, hold on. So, for those of you who might be here for the first time, this is the live Q&A session. There's no planned content to discuss. It's an open forum for you to ask any questions you have about the trading software. So if you're new here, new to trade ideas, and you're having trouble figuring out how to build a scan or how to build a layout or how to use Holly AI, anything at all, whether you think it's a beginner's question or an expert level question, all questions are fair game. My standard disclaimer every time is I know enough on the platform to be dangerous, but I don't know the answer to everything. So, but anything I don't know, I know where to point you to get the answer. So come on in with your questions, everybody. I'm going to flip my screen here for 1 second. I apologize. Bear with me. Okay. Sorry if that messed everything up. Now we're back. So we had a little bit of a dip intraday in SPY, but the dip buyers, as usual, stepped in and saved the day, at least for now. We'll see what happens. Boy, there have been some big movers off the open today. This SGLB, wow, it's up 54% since the opening print. Ruby, it's up 41. It was up even more earlier, but boy, that's a big move off the open. I've got this little top list right here on my screen. I show all the stocks that are up the most since the opening print. These are obviously stocks that are moving. I like to keep an eye on these types of stocks. Potbelly, cheap stock, but boy, quite a run off the open. Meanwhile, I could flip this over and see the stocks that are down the most since the opening print. Here we go. NTEC, Yala. Whoa, look at this one. That's a nice clean short setup right there, huh? All right, so while I wait for questions to come in, I'm going to do what I always do during these sessions and run through my open swing trade positions that you see here in my Brokerage Plus window. These are all swing trades that I got into. They were informed to me by the Holly AI. For those of you who know Holly AI, it is currently constructed in service of day trading. So all the trades that Holly gets into, she's out of by the end of the day. But I use Holly AI a little bit different than the way it's built in our platform. I use it to inform good ideas for swing trading. And the thinking behind that is whenever Holly gets into a trade intraday, she gets in because there's a catalyst in play. Now that catalyst could be any number of different things. Each strategy has a different reason to get into the trades, but the catalyst could be something like stock breaks a new all-time high, stock crosses a significant moving average, maybe there's an explosion of volume. Whatever that catalyst is, that catalyst doesn't expire at 4 p.m. Eastern when the market closes. That's just an artificial constraint we've placed on the platform in service of day trading. My thinking is that catalyst has the potential to move a stock for several days or several weeks if I'm lucky, and I've seen that play out over and over again. So every one of these positions that you see here in my blotter, these are all trades that Holly had get into at one point in time, and I like them from a longer term swing trade setup, and then I got in. And so I'm going to click on each one of these symbols here and look at my charts. You can see where my stop loss level is on the chart shown right here. It's really easy to drag and drop stop loss levels, guys. Right now, my stop loss level in RVLV is at 40.79. It says right there on the line. And if my stop loss were to get hit, my P&L would be approximately 79.50. But if I drag this up, I can move my stop loss. I'm going to drag it to, let's say, right there, right below today's breakout. And now if my stop loss were to get hit, I would walk away with about a 772 profit. I'm getting word here from Rudy. Thanks for listening, Rudy. One of my teammates here at Trade Ideas, and my audio is a little messed up. Folks, if you let me know if you can hear me okay. I mean, it sounds good on my side, Rudy. I think maybe the issue might be on your side, my friend. Sounds good here. I don't know. Let me know. If anyone else can let me know if you're having a hard time hearing me, let me know. All right, so I just dragged up my stop loss order there on RVLV. I'm just going to go through all my open positions, and this is something I do at least once a week on these swing trades. And I just drag my stop loss orders up. I never move them down. That's not a good practice. These are all long trades, by the way. I like to swing trade from the long side. And so I'm always dragging my stop loss orders up in the direction of the trend. Some of these I'm just going to leave where they are. Yeah, I'm going to leave that one where it is. I'll drag this one up a little bit. All right, thanks for people. Okay, I'm getting mixed answers. Some people say I sound fine. Some people say it's a little goofy. Sounds like I'm in a bottle. I don't know, guys. Well, I'm just going to keep adjusting my stops here. We'll just finish this up, and then we'll get into your questions. You guys can see how easy this is to just drag and drop your stop loss orders. This is one of the great benefits of Brokerage Plus. If you're trading with Brokerage Plus, makes it real easy to manage your open positions. And especially if you're a visual trader like me, there's no science to where I place my stop loss orders. I'm very visual. I'm looking for obvious levels on charts where the trend appears to be broken, or I should say, if the level was broken, the trend would be invalidated. Those are the levels I'm looking at. All right, so I hear that some of you say I sound okay, and some of you say I can't. I don't sound okay, so I don't know. That's a weird situation. Nothing I can do on my side, guys. So hopefully it all works. R. McG, are you familiar with Pro Real-Time Interface? Is out of France. No, I am not. I am not familiar with that at all. Sorry. So guys, this is the live Q&A. I see that we've had a bunch of people log in since I first started. So this is driven by your questions. So any questions you have about the platform, please don't be shy. Throw them in here. We'll talk about it. I have until the top of the hour, at which point we'll pass it back to Barry in the live trading room, and he'll take you all the way into the close. Well, I might have an echo. Not sure what I can do about that. I mean, is the echo in my room? I mean, I haven't done anything any different than I do any other day. Let me try something here. Did that change anything? Let me know if that changed anything. I just changed one of my settings here. I doubt that it would have changed anything, but it might have. Boy, sorry for those of you who may be experiencing an audio difficulty. Very, very weird indeed. It might be what, I just changed a little setting here. It might have been picking up audio both from my mic as well as the built-in mic on my computer. Not sure. Okay, I'm hearing from somebody on my team that I may have fixed the audio issue. Excellent. Okay. All right. So sorry about that, everybody. What, you don't like hearing my voice in echo form? It doesn't ring good that way? just climb out of the cave I was in. Yeah, well, Josh, I've been kind of hiding in a cave the last few days. Where I live in Colorado, we just got hit with 2 feet of snow. I think my house is a cave covered in snow. Okay, Dean, great question. So he wants to know, with my swing trades, how exactly am I using Holly to get into my swing trades? That's a great question. We can spend some time there. Let me change my channel here. You'll notice in my channel bar here on the left, I've got a custom channel here at the top. It's my own channel, a channel I built for myself. It's called AI Swings. So let's launch this channel. And you'll notice I've got 4 charts across the top. They're all pointing to the same stock, just on different time frames. So from left to right, we got a monthly chart, weekly chart, daily chart, and a 5-minute chart. And additionally, I want you to notice in this corner, bottom right corner here, I got a window here for strategy trades, all the AI strategy trades. This shows me, I've got it set up here. Let me stretch this out a little bit. I've got it filtered to just show me the long trades that Holly got into today. I'm not interested in any of her short trades because I'm only interested in swing trading from the long side. I don't like the swing trade from the short side. If I'm taking short positions, they're usually day trades. From a swing trading perspective, I prefer long. So I'm only looking at the long strategies. And these are all the Holly trades across all 3 channels of Holly. For those of you who don't know, we have 3 channels: Holly AI, Holly 2.0, and Holly Neo. And so what I'm doing here is looking at the long trades. And by the way, I usually do this towards the end of the trading day, usually in the last hour, because by then Holly has gotten into all the trades she's going to get into for the day. She rarely will enter any new trades in the last hour. Sometimes she will, but not very often. And so I'll look through the trades and let's just start at the bottom. I have these sorted by price. And the reason I do that, and this is just my preference, I don't like to trade stocks that are below 10 bucks a share. That's just my little quirk. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, but stocks under 10 bucks a share tend to be a little bit more too volatile for my taste. So I'm looking for at least 10 bucks. So I'll start with Ruby. What I'm doing here is I'm looking at the monthly and the weekly charts. These are the charts that matter to me for putting on a swing trade. Why? I'm looking for a stock to have the wind in its sails. I'm looking for a long-term trend to be in my favor. I don't want to be swimming upstream against the current to ride a long trade. I want to see a monthly chart that's going from the bottom left to the upper right. Same with the weekly chart. Now this weekly chart is up and to the right for sure, but the monthly chart's a little jacked. This is probably not a stock I would trade. So I'm going to move on. Let's go up to SCNK. Definitely don't like those longer term trends, so skipping it. EPC, same story, don't like it. Posh. So far, no good candidates, all right? Don't like any of them. I'll just pull up a stock that I'm currently in just to give you a better example. You can see here's the chart. Here's a monthly chart and a weekly chart. These are the types of charts I like, right? The monthly chart, we're at an upper end here, upper right, same with the weekly chart. These are trends that I want to use to get into my favor. So when I see a chart like this, these are the Holly trades that I like to get into with a swing trade. Now, I have a couple other smaller caveats. Again, these are my preferences. I'm not saying this is the right way to do it. But what I do, the last thing I check before entering a trade is I've got a single stock window right here that has some data points that are relevant to me. I want to see a market cap at least $500 million, so 500 million. So this satisfies that, great. And I want to see average daily volume of at least 500,000 shares. So check on both of those. Those are the things I look for. Now, assuming I like these trades, or assuming I like a stock, it's real easy for me to get into the trade using Brokerage Plus. All I simply do is in a chart, I right-click somewhere in the chart and choose Trade, the ticker, and I've got a little algo set up, buy using swing trade buys, and that will enter me into a trade at the right position size, such that if my stop loss gets hit, I will only lose $200 of my capital. That's the level I want to use. I'm willing to risk $200 per trade. And so whatever, and the other part of that algorithm is it'll automatically set the stop loss at 5% away of the stock price. So if it's a $100 stock, it's going to set my stop loss at 95, which is 5% away. Now that's just kind of a brute force stop loss level. It's not idyllic for every trade, but it's an easy way for me to get into trades quickly. All right, so I hope I covered that a little bit for you. Who was that asked that question? Dean, I hope that answered your question, Dean. I see some more questions came in. Let me check it in. Sammy Salem, you clicked on the top of your column and that sorted the column. Mine is not allowing that. I can sort by columns by I double click. I don't know if you're single clicking, but I'm double clicking. That's all I'm doing. See that? That should work for you. If you're using our downloadable software on a Windows machine, that should work for you. If that's not working for you, I wonder if maybe you're using our web version, and I wonder if that doesn't work. I don't use the web version myself, so I'm not sure if that's a quirk about the web version that doesn't do that. Ready? Are we able to connect Webull to Holly AI? No, you cannot. The only brokerage right now currently that accepts live orders from Trade Ideas, if you want to trade directly from our platform, the only brokerage at this time that accepts live orders is Interactive Brokers. And you need an Interactive Brokers Pro account, not their Lite account, which is commission free. Unfortunately, you have to pay commissions, but the good news is Interactive Brokers commissions are dirt cheap. So it's not that bad. Joshua, is there a way to view the Holly strategy description for each daily strategy? There is, Joshua. We maintain a document that gives a little, one paragraph blurb about what each strategy is attempting to do. It's very generic. It's not going to give you the nuts and bolts of the strategy. You're not going to be able to see the filters or the alerts. That is proprietary information, and it changes on a day-to-day basis. The AI is constantly optimizing each strategy on a daily basis. So the strategy that you see today, tomorrow might look a little bit different. There might have been some tweaks. So there is a strategy descriptions page. If you go to the Trade Ideas website, trade-ideas.com. Actually, hold on. Let me find it for you. I've got it here. I'll just share the link here in the window. Trade Ideas strategy descriptions. Bear with me. I'm looking in a different window here. Okay, so I'm going to share this link. Here it is, AI strategy descriptions. Now, a couple caveats about this doc. I've already given you the first caveat in that it's not going to give you the parameters of each strategy, because again, that's proprietary information and it changes on a day-to-day basis. It will give you a 1 or 2 paragraph blurb about what each strategy is attempting to do in general. But the other caveat is that we are frequently adding new strategies to the bucket. There's currently about, 75-ish strategies within the AI right now. We're frequently adding new ones and deleting ones that just don't seem to work anymore. So this document is not always the most up to date. There's going to be strategies that you can't find on this document because they're relatively new and we just haven't put them in. So just giving you that little disclaimer. JT, can I walk you through the trading instructions for my AI swings? Sure. I think what you're asking is the algos that I have to build my strategy. So notice here in the Brokerage Plus window, you got a number of tabs here across the top. If you go to the Strategies tab, this is where you'll see any of your own custom strategies. These default discretionary long, discretionary short are just kind of default for everybody, I believe. I don't even know how those got there. Ignore them. The 2 strategies I use is I really just use the swing trade buy strategy. I have a swing trade short, but I never use it. But swing trade buys is the one that I use to get into my swing trade. So if I want to see how I have this set up, I just right click the strategy and hit edit trading strategy. And now you could see this is my swing trades buy strategy. It's a long direction strategy. So really where the magic happens is in these 2 tabs here, order details and risk management. Let's start with the risk management tab first. So this is where I set my stop loss. You have some options here. You could use a percent-based stop loss, a dollars-based stop loss, or a filters-based stop loss, which is a bit advanced and a little bit over my head even. So I won't get you guys lost there. But I use a simple percent-based stop loss. So I set my percent right there. I mentioned it earlier. I like to use a 5% stop loss. So again, if I'm buying stock in a $100 stock, my stop loss will be 5% away. So my stop loss would be $95, right? That would be the level. So that's the first step. I set my stop loss using the percentage stop loss. Then I go to the order details tab and choose my position sizing. Now you have 3 options with position sizing. Fixed shares, fixed dollars, and based on stop loss. Fixed dollars, what this means is if I put, say, 5,000 right here, this means that anytime I enter a trade with this algo, I'm going to buy however many shares that $5,000 will buy. All right? So whether that buys 10 shares or 50 shares or 175 shares, whatever that number is, the AI will buy enough shares that will cost up to but not to exceed $5,000. All right, nothing wrong with that. If you want to have constant sized investments across all of your trades, that's a good way to go. The next one is fixed shares. This is pretty self-evident. Fixed shares meaning I'm going to trade 100 shares every trade, no matter what. I advise against that. I know there's a lot of old school traders. I was one of them. Back in the day where I used to just do 1,000 share blocks on every trade that I did. Or maybe you trade 100 share blocks or whatever, that's fine. I don't like that because look, 100 share trade in Amazon is a lot different than a 100 share trade in RVLV, which is only a $47 stock, right? That's a much different risk profile. So I don't like the fixed shares. The one I prefer is based on stop loss. Remember, I set my stop loss 5% away on this tab. If I go back to the order details tab, here I could base my position sizing on the stop loss and I could set how much money I'm willing to risk per trade. So if I set this to 200, what that means is it's going to size my position such that if my stop loss level were to get hit, I will lose no more than $200 of my trading capital. That's the way I do it. That way I can keep my risk equal across all trades that I enter. That's how most professionals do it. That's how I do it. I strongly recommend you do it as well. But hey, you do you. Finally, the last thing I'll do here in the order detail tab is you could set how you enter orders with a market order or a limit order or a stop. Now, let me just do a quick little riff here, especially if you're trading. This is more relevant to those of you who are trading Holly AI and auto trading versus doing your own strategies. But I always use market orders, and here's why. I know a lot of you have heard and often for good reason, that you should only use limit orders to get into trades, because nobody wants to get a bad fill. Nobody wants to get slippage. Nobody wants to pay 5 or 10 cents higher than you wanted to pay because you're chasing an order. I get that, right? Especially if you're an options trader. I trade a lot of options. You never want to use a market order with options. Okay, so that caveat out of the way. Now let me throw in my hat in the ring for using market orders, especially if you're using Holly AI. The reason is this. And I apologize for those of you who've heard this riff before. On any trade that you put on, you have essentially 4 possible outcomes. I don't care what your time frame is. I don't care if you're a day trader, swing trader, long-term investor. You have 4 possible outcomes for any trade that you get into. You're either going to make a little bit of money or lose a little bit of money. Or you're going to make big money or you're going to lose big money, right? In the grand scheme of things, all trades fall into one of those 4 buckets. Now, if you're using stop loss orders, which you should be, then you're already taking the big loss risk off the table, right? We don't want any big losses. If we take big losses, that screws up the math, all right? We never want to take big losses on any time frame. What you're left with is a bunch of small winners, a bunch of small losers, which offset themselves essentially. And then let's say 10% of your trades will end up being medium to large winners. And those medium to large winners, that's where all of your profit is made. The small winners and small losers are going to offset each other, basically be a net scratch to your portfolio. But the big winners, that makes your day, your week, your month, your year. All right, you have to have the big winners. And the reason why I bring all that up is because if you're entering orders with limit orders, okay, you run the risk of missing the best trade of the day or the best trade of the week or the best trade of the month, okay? Because you were nickel and diming your order, the stock might have taken off without you and then you didn't get in. And if you miss just one big winner, that can mess up your whole week, your whole month, okay? We have to catch those big winners. For me, the greatest risk in trading is missing those big winners. Again, as long as I'm taking care of my accounts so that I'm not taking any large losers, right? As long as I'm not taking any large losers, then the greatest risk to my trading is missing the big winner. I need the big winner, all right? And so I always use a market order because with a market order, I'm guaranteed to get in for the ride, all right? Yeah, I might pay a little bit more sometimes on a fast mover, but those are the ones you want, okay? I promise you, once you catch a big winner, you're going to more than make up for all the slippage you paid on all those other orders that you got slipped on. One big winner more than pays for them all. I promise you. So that's how I set up my my swing trade strategy, guys. I set my risk at 5%, my stop loss at 5%. I set my based on stop loss at 200. And so now, whenever I invoke this strategy to get into a trade, it will buy at my it'll automatically set the stop loss order at 5% away, and it'll buy the proper amount of shares at my risk level. So when I go into a chart and I want to make a trade, if I'm going to buy this stock, I just right click, I hit trade, and then there's my 2 strategies, my 2 custom strategies. I just hit one, and if I were to hit that, it'll buy right now at the appropriate risk size. I don't have to do any math. I don't have to do any calculation. All I got to do is make a decision. Do I want to buy or do I want to sell? And that's it. Pretty easy. Okay, so let me catch up on some questions. Dean, is my swing trading window available to us? No, this is a custom layout that I built myself, but I'm happy to share the layout with you if you want. I could share the cloud link and you can load it up. So I'll do this. This will be instructional to any one of you who've never used our cloud link features and sharing features. I'll do this. If I go to my TI menu bar here at the top, and if I hit File, Save or Share to Cloud, I do that, and then I hit Entire Layouts, this little button right here. We'll call this Sean's AI Swing Trade Layout. Give it a little name. I'm going to hit Save and Share. It's going to give me a URL, just a long, ugly code. I'm going to copy all. And now I'm going to go into the YouTube channel here, and I'm going to type it in here. Sean's AI Swing channel. Okay, I've just pasted the cloud link in the chat window. And if you want to load that layout on your side, all you would do is you would copy that URL that I shared in the chat window, and then you would go to your TI menu bar, go to File, Load from Cloud, and then just paste that code in right here. And when you hit load, it'll launch my layout on your side. And then you'll probably want to save it to your cloud, and so you can access it whenever you want, if it's something you like. All right, Sammy, I'm glad you figured out the columns. Great, great, great. Okay, Joshua. Okay, so unlike how I go into one of Barry's alerts, like moving higher with unusual options and see what he's set it up to scan for, I can't do that kind of thing with the AI scans. No, AI works differently. The AI, if I open up an AI channel here, you're not going to have any insight into what the AI is going to trade ahead of time. We don't know. The AI will serve up trades. These are all the trades that AI has gotten into today. These are currently open, these 5 stocks, and here's one that's closed. We don't know ahead of time what these stocks are going to be. It's just as a stock meets a strategy's parameters, if it trips its alert, boom, it'll get into the trade. And our job is to, if we're manually trading the AI, our job is to get in when she gets in. We'll see an alert pop up here. You'll have a little audio alert go off. You'll see it highlighted on the screen when it happens, so you can get into those trades. Same when it exits, you'll get a little audio alert and you'll see it pop up down here. But yeah, there's no way to see them ahead of time, if that's what you're asking there, Joshua. Brian Allen, I feel you about wanting to use Thinkorswim for auto trading Holly AI. And I'll tell you, we're working on it. The Thinkorswim API has been difficult. It is a work in progress. It's being worked on as we speak, but unfortunately I don't have a ETA on when that'll be available at this time, unfortunately. JT says, going back to my swing trade strategy, it says my max loss $200 or 5%. Well, the answer is both, but not in the way you're thinking. The 5% is where my stop loss level is set based on the price of the stock. So if the stock is $100, my stop loss is going to be 5% away of the stock price. So $100 stock, my stop loss will be at $95. $95 is 5% away from $100. The $200, that's how much of my capital, my trading capital, I'm willing to risk. All right, Dean, I'm glad that makes you happy. Glad you got my link. Awesome. Okay, Michael, how do you manually calculate the number of shares based on your risk of 5 or 2%? All right, well, we can go through the math on that. So let's do this. Michael's asking, how do you manually calculate the number of shares based on your risk of 5% or $200? So let's use the $100 stock as an example. If my stop loss level is going to be set at 5% away, that means my stop loss level will be at $95. Or to think of it another way, that's $5 away from the current price. All right? So remember that number, $5. Now, if I'm willing to risk $200 of my capital, then what I want to do is I want to take 200 and divide it by 5. That's how far away my stop loss is from the current price. 200 divided by 5 equals 40 shares. So I would purchase 40 shares because, think about it, if I'm long 40 shares and I lose $5 on those shares, $5 times 40 is $200. That's how that math is done, Michael. Brian, you agree with me on the market buys. Told many this, and they are all set in their ways. Yep, look, some people have their ways and they have their reasons, and that's fine. But to me, the greatest risk is missing the trade you should have been in, the one that makes your day, makes your week, makes your year. I don't want to miss those trades because I was nickel and dime in my entry. JT, you're welcome. All right, I think I got caught up there on questions for now. I have a little more than 25 minutes left to spend with you. So for those of you who missed my rambling in the beginning, this is an open Q&A. So the content is determined by you. So whoever can, whoever's got a question, throw it in here. And I promise you, there's over 100 people in this session right now. If you've got a question, there's probably someone else who would benefit from the answer besides just you. So let's do everybody a favor and come up with some good questions. All right, let's see here. All right. By the way, guys, just going to throw this out here for you. If you are not currently a Trade Ideas subscriber and you're thinking about subscribing, awesome. Glad you're here. We are running a promotion for St. Patrick's Day this week. This is for new subscribers only. So if you're already a subscriber, well, thank you, number one. But this is for new subscribers. We are running a St. Patrick's Day promotion where you can get 20% off any new subscriptions. So I'm going to give you the link here. Hold on one sec. Oh, I lost my page. Where are you? Okay, here we go. Subscribe to TI here. There's the link. And use promo code Shamrock for 20% off. That 20% off is, we'll give you 20% off an annual subscription, which is obviously the best deal, or 20% off your first month if you do a monthly subscription. Now, I realize that most of you here are already subscribers, and that's cool. But for those of you who are kicking the tires and asking questions and want to give us a try, or if you're a monthly subscriber and want to upgrade to an annual subscription, you can do that with this promo code. Just go ahead and use that link there that I shared and hit Shamrock as your promo code and you'll get the 20% off. JT wants to know, can I walk us through the differences between a top list, alert windows, and multi-strategy window? Sure, I can do that. So let's do this. I'm going to open up a brand new top list. I'll go to New, hit Top List window, and just for argument's sake, I'm just going to open up a pre-configured one here just to save some time. And let's launch the window. So here's a top list. What this top list is it's a dynamically updating window that updates every 30 seconds that shows you all stocks that satisfy whatever the parameters are, whatever the filters are at this moment in time. Okay. Now, if I want to see what the filters are for this top list, I can just right click anywhere in the top list and go to configure, and I can go to the summary tab and it will tell me what filters I have. In this case, I just have 2 filters, not a whole lot going on here. Okay. Normally, you'll build a top list that might have, 5 or 6 or 7 or 20 filters. Okay. But the key thing to know is that you will only see stocks in this window that satisfy all of your filters, whatever those filters are. And this is important because look, there's somewhere in the neighborhood of 8,000 tradable securities in the US and Canada. It's physically impossible to be up to the minute, up to date on all 8,000 securities, right? We just can't do it. We're humans. We're not computers. But with a top list, you could basically whittle down that universe of stocks to only the stocks that are interesting to you based on whatever is important to you. You might only like to trade stocks that are priced between $20 a share and $100 a share. You might only like to see stocks that have a high short float. You might only like to see stocks that trade a minimum of 1 million shares a day, right? There's hundreds of filters you can choose from. And the more filters you add and the stricter the parameters you make them, the fewer stocks you will have show up in your top list. And that's a good thing, okay? For me, the best kind of top list is one that only has 10 or 15 stocks on it, because out of the entire universe of stocks, those 10 or 15 stocks are the only stocks that meet my specific needs. And those are the stocks I want to pay attention to, all right? So that's the power of a top list. That's what a top list does. Now, the next thing you're asking about is an alert window. What is an alert window? Well, an alert window basically takes a top list and adds one very important additional element, and that is a trigger. An alert window will alert you when a stock hits your alert. So maybe it's better if I give you an example. Let's say a new high. An alert could be a new high. You can get alerted anytime a stock makes a new high, whether it's an intraday high or a 10-day high or a 50-day high, whatever. That's an alert. The moment that stock hits that alert level, prints that new high, boom, you will get a time-stamped alert of that stock. Now, here's the caveat. Just like in the top list window, you will only get alerted at that time if and only if that stock also satisfies whatever filters you've created. So let's go here. Let's launch an alert window just to show you what that looks like. I'll do another one of the pre-configured one here just to save time. Let's do new yearly highs. So go ahead and hit OK. And now here's my alert window. And it's updating in real time. You'll see that there's a timestamp. See on the left column, there's a timestamp there. It's I'm in the mountain time zone, folks. I'm in Colorado, so it's 10:38 where I am right now. But as you can see, at the exact moment EXG printed a new high, I got an alert. All right, and now AVB just printed an alert. Now, I'm only getting alerts on stocks that meet my filter parameters. So if I want to see what those filters are, if I hit configure, I could go in here and go under the hood and hit summary. And you can see I just have 2 filters here, nothing much. I only want to see stocks that are priced at least $1 or more and have a daily volume of at least 200,000 shares on average. Okay. And if I go to the Windows specific filters tab and hide unused, I can get into a little bit. You can see it here. I could change that. Like average daily volume. Maybe I want more than 200,000 shares. Maybe I want, I don't know, 500,000, right? I can make that change. And okay. So the top list is updating every 30 seconds, showing you stocks that meet your parameters. Now that doesn't mean necessarily that there's something to do right now. Just because I see check here at the top of my list doesn't mean I need to make a trade right now. It just means that it's a stock that meets my parameters, okay? The alert window is a little bit more time sensitive. This is telling you that yes, LSI just printed a new high. Now it's time to buy because it printed a new high and it satisfies all my filters. So that's definitely a stock I want to trade. Then you could get in. All right. So that's what a top list is, and that's what an alert window is. Now, the last piece of your question, JT, is what's a multi-strategy window? Essentially, a multi-strategy window is just a window that saves screen real estate. It's basically one window where you could stack in a bunch of alert windows all into one window. Right, so if I've got let's say I got a new yearly high alert window up, and then I got some other alert window with some other strategy. Maybe I got 4 different alert windows that are doing 4 different things, taking up screen space. I can combine all those into one window. All right, so if I close these down here, I'll just show you an example of a multi-strategy window. Let's maybe go to the Buzz channel here, the hot new Buzz channel. Nope, there's none there. Let's see. SPACs, does this one have, yeah, there we go. So here's a multi-strategy window right here, right in the middle. See, it's got the little letter M in the upper left. That's how you know it's a multi-strategy window. So there are a bunch of strategies in here. If you look at the strategy column, you can see the different strategy names that sent this alert. And if I want to see what the strategies are in total, I can just right click anywhere in the window, go to strategies, and you can see, wow, there's a lot of strategies all in here right now. Okay, they're all active. But individually, each one of these is just an alert window. Like if I want to open just the unusual volume spike, I could highlight it and then go over here and open alert window, and it will open just the alert window just for that one strategy. But basically, like I said, a multi-strategy window is just basically a device to save screen real estate. And they work best if you have a number of alert windows that aren't super active, right? Like maybe they send you 1 or 2 alerts a day. Those are the ideal alerts to throw into a multi-strategy window. You don't want to have a bunch of alerts that are all super active because then this thing would be running 1,000,000 miles an hour and you wouldn't be able to keep up. Hope that makes sense. Okay, let's see. Let me catch up with the questions here. Razak. Hey, Sean, I'm with you on the market orders for Holly. I made that switch today and caught SGLB. I've missed multiple entries in the past, and here you are confirming my thesis. Well, great. I'm glad that worked for you. All right, let's see. Brian, I'm not sure I understand your question. When placing a call, can I opt to sell when interest increases versus buying shares before expiring? It sounds like an options trading question. That's not really what we do here. Yeah, that's certainly not what Trade Idea software can handle. But you're looking to sell when the open interest increases. Yeah, you can do that, but you're gonna have to do it manually. You're gonna have to track that stuff yourself. I don't think any brokerage that I know of can set a conditional order on a change in open interest. I don't think that's something that could be done. Hi, Stephen. You're looking to purchase our program in the next week or two. Should I go through education videos first? Yes, Stephen, that's a great plan. I'll share 2 links with you here. Just let me locate them real quick. The first link here is what we call our 20 lessons page. And this will be good for everybody, okay? It's a great little 20 short lessons that cover all the key features of the platform. I'm gonna put the link in right here, 20 lessons. JT, use that. And then the second place is just our YouTube channel, which you're on right now. If you click the little Trade Ideas icon there, kind of below where you're seeing my video, you'll go to our channel. And we've got all kinds of videos in there. In fact, the video I would recommend you start with is probably the TI University 101. I'll share that link right here. TI University 101. Here's the link. It's a great place to start where we cover a lot of the basics. You'll get to hear my voice again. I'm the one who recorded the TI University 101 class. So those are great places to start, Stephen. And Stephen, I don't know if you heard me earlier, but we're currently running a promo all this week, a St. Patty's Day promo. You can find the link up above. If you scroll up a little bit, you'll see the link, and we got a promo code Shamrock. It'll give you 20% off your first month if you want to do a monthly subscription, or 20% off an annual, which is the best deal, obviously. Okay, I think I'm caught up on questions. Good questions today, everybody. I love it. I love it. Gonna go back to my main layout here. Anybody trading GameStop? What a crazy ride that is. I've got no play in that one. Not trading it. I am, however, in this stock, this Disca. This thing has been crazy. I mean, I got an AI swing trade that I'm in here, but I've been trading this with options in a different account for a while here, and it's been quite a ride. Of course, I just jinxed it by telling you all that. So just a reminder for those of you who might not have heard it earlier, this is the live Q&A session. We do these every trading day at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific, Monday through Friday. Except on holidays, of course. Any trading day, we do these live Q&As, and they're really the best place to get questions answered if you're new to the platform and trying to figure it out. And even if you don't have any questions of your own, I always tell people, look, if you got the bandwidth, if you got the time, you're bored, whatever, tune in, because there's a good chance that somebody will ask a question about a feature that you didn't know we had, or you didn't even know you could use that feature in that way. So there's always something new to learn. I could tell you, I was a Trade Ideas customer for a long time ago, but I became an employee of Trade Ideas back in 2017, and we used to just do live Q&As once a week. We used to do them on Fridays. We had the whole team on, a whole training team. So me, Jamie, Andy, Steve, we would all be on it, and it was like a 3-hour smorgasbord of live Q&A. And I'll tell you, for the first 2 years that we did those, even though I was an employee of the company and even though I knew a lot, I still learned something new every time that we did those. So if I can learn something new, I know you can. Great, Stephen. Great to hear you'll be taking advantage. That's awesome. Welcome. Let me be the first to welcome you. All right. All right, folks, we seem to have hit a little bit of a lull in the action here. Questions have dried up a little bit. Okay, Mike, you're asking about SGLB that Holly got into today. Let's take a look. You want to know why the stop is so low? Well, the stop is so low because she got in back at 610. Let me stretch this chart out a little bit. Holly got into the trade really close to the open today. So she got in at 610. The stop was at 590. I mean, that's not low relative to where she got in. So I'm not sure what you're seeing. I see she got in at 610. And by the way, the stop loss is based on whatever algo that got you into that trade. Every algo has a different parameter for stop losses, but that's the one that this one uses. 20 cents away. But boy, if you got into this one and you're on moderate mode, then you're still riding this trade and you're having quite a win. If you were in conservative mode, you would have gotten into the trade at 610 and you would have gotten out quickly at 649, booking a nice little tidy profit, but man, you left a lot on the table, which that should be, I should mention that. Let me bring up a Holly AI channel here. So you basically have, at least if you're auto trading, you have two options. You have aggressive mode. You have conservative and moderate mode. We list aggressive. I don't know why we list aggressive. Nobody should trade the aggressive mode. But basically what these are is conservative mode means you'll get into a trade when Holly gets in, and then you'll also get out when she gets out. Okay, and Holly will get out of trades for a number of reasons. The two obvious ones are it hits a stop loss level, or B, hits a profit target, which in the case of SBLG or SGLB, in the case of this one, it hit the profit target. It hit it pretty quickly. So if you were in conservative mode and you were in this trade, you got out pretty quickly. Now, moderate mode is different. Moderate mode means you will get in with Holly when she gets in, but you will hold that trade all the way until the end of the trading day, with the caveat being it will still honor the stop loss level. Okay? Remember I mentioned earlier we never want to take a big loss? Well, the way we ensure that we don't take any big losses is to always have a stop loss level working. Okay? So in moderate mode, you'll get in when Holly gets in, but regardless of what she does later on, you will hold that trade all the way until the end of the day unless the stop loss level gets hit. So if you were in this trade, you're probably still riding it right now. Now the aggressive mode is stupid. I don't know why we have this, but that's basically you just get in and there's no stop loss level. You're just riding whatever happens. Razak, how do you use max P&L optimize exit profit taking? I'm not sure I understand your question there, Razak. How do you use max P&L optimize exits profit taking? If I knew how to maximize my P&L, I would do it every time. So I'm not sure I understand your question. If you can clarify that, that would be great. In the meantime, folks, I have about 8 minutes left here. So if you're sitting on any questions, we're starting to approach last call. Last call for alcohol. Come on in. If you got questions, we're running out of time, at least for today. You'll have to come back tomorrow. And by the way, I mentioned that we do these every day, and it's always a different person. So I do Mondays typically. Tuesdays are typically Steve Gomez. Wednesdays are Michael. Thursdays are Jamie. Fridays are usually Andy. Sometimes we mix it up if someone's on vacation or something or traveling. Yeah, different people every day. Correct, JT. There's no price target in moderate mode. You're not taking profits. You're letting the thing ride, letting it go, hopefully, to the moon, like this SGLB is doing right now. So, boy, I'm just looking out my window right now. We got. I think I said earlier, I got almost 2 feet of snow this weekend here where I live in Colorado, and it's just beautiful out my window. Just beautiful. I saw that somebody else here on the call lives in Denver, so you're near me. I'm near Boulder. You know what I got. I know what you got. We got a lot of snow. But here in Colorado, we love it when it snows. I know you Northeasterners hate it when it snows, and I'm from the Northeast originally, so I know. We never really liked it much when it snowed. But out here in Colorado, we love it when it snows. Hi, Ken. So Ken asks, would I hold SGLB overnight, still holding the last 100 shares? Would I hold it overnight? Well, I don't know. Maybe. Why not? Maybe take a little profit off the table and keep a little for the ride. Sure. If that works according to your trading plan, then by all means do it. Nothing wrong with that. Michael asks, what are my thoughts of smart stops? So I think what you're asking is if I pull up a chart here, let's pull up a chart of, let's say, Apple. And you'll notice on our charts, if I stretch this chart out a little bit, let's stretch it out. You'll notice this is a 5-minute chart, an intraday chart. You'll notice we have these smart stop levels here, right? So basically what the smart stop level is telling you is that if you were to buy Apple right now at this current price, then as an intraday trader, this is the level you would probably want to not let the stock exceed going against you. Because statistically speaking, this is a significant level based on whatever the algorithm has determined, which there's a whole lot of math that goes into it. I don't know the exact parameters of it, but trust me when I tell you that this is a statistically significant level such that if you're long Apple and Apple were to trade below here, you probably don't want to be long anymore. Certainly the stock could immediately reverse and go higher. It happens all the time. But statistically speaking, you don't want to be long anymore if it breaks this level. That's what the smart stop level means. Take that with a grain of salt, Michael. There's no magic there, okay? That's really just, they're guardrails for people who are maybe who are new to trading. They're not, they're still trying to figure out ways to be smart with risk management. If you're new to trading and you don't know, where's the smart place to place my stops and where's a smart place to take profits? Well, you could use these guidelines. There's a profit target. It's off the chart, but it's up here. But you could use those as, assistance in deciding smart entries. There's no magic there, Michael. So, use it if you want or don't use it. But it's just really just there as a guidepost to help. Razak, I've noticed that my 3-day hold strategy generates max P&L between day 1 and day 2. Do you ever exit early if your SPY is acting funny to lock profits by day 2 instead of sticking to your day 3 plan? Well, if you're noticing that you seem to make the most money by only holding those trades for 1 or 2 days, well, then maybe that's what you should be doing, right? I mean, if that's what the data is telling you, you can't argue with the data, right? You can't argue with the proof. The proof is that you'd be better off taking those swing trades off after 1 day or 2 days. Sounds to me like you've already got the answer to your question. That's what you should be doing. Okay, folks. Well, looks like Barry needs to take the room back over. So I think we are out of time for our Q&A. Thanks for being here, everybody. Let me just let Barry know that he could turn on. So Barry's going to take over. You're going to be back in a live trading room. Barry can answer questions as well. But if you didn't get your questions answered now, don't worry. You can always come to our live, go to our website, trade-ideas.com. We got a live chat feature there. You can get one of our technicians on the screen there and ask questions, or come on back tomorrow. We do these every trading day, noon Eastern. Okay, folks, Barry's ready, so I'm going to pass it over. Take care, everybody. Have a great trading day.
Waiting for him to leave. All right, Ija, can you hear me in the YouTube stream. I have to leave. I'm expecting a tradesman coming over around 1 o'clock. So I don't know if you guys, I'm talking to people in the YouTube room. I don't think they can hear me yet. Don't think Sean has left. Okay, wow, right on time. Just a minute, just a moment, please. All right, guys, yes, I'll be on, put myself on mute now for a while. I just put the announcement in. I'm just going to put the announcement in. Okay, you can hear me? Okay, I have to leave. I have a tradesman coming over right now, Mike, and everybody else in the YouTube room, okay? So I'm just going to put myself on mute. All right, guys, I should be able to return in about 5 minutes. Just kind of wrapping up with the plumber. So should be in about 5 minutes or so, maybe 10 max. All right, guys, I'm back. All right. Okay, so let me see if I can catch up with all of the questions. So just to clarify, also, I did take a little loss on that quadruple U. Infuriating. Looked like, whoops, too many U's. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, a little bit infuriating. It looked like it was going to break out right there. And so I took about a 7-cent loss on the on that one. Okay, so okay, Isaac, can you hear me? You asked a question a while back about combining multiple windows from different channels into a single layout. Are you still around? I can help you there. Every person is the same. Yes. There's no personalized AI, if that's what you mean. So I'm just waiting to see if Isaac is still around. Another question I had, how do you change the modes? Dean, are you still around? So I'm looking for Dean or Isaac in the YouTube room. Okay, Isaac. Okay, so here's what you can do. You know, I think I understand your question. So let me just bring up a channel. Before I do that, I just want to make sure I've got things pinned. I think I should be okay. Just give me a moment. Okay, so let's bring up a channel and get rid of that. I'm not on mute anymore. So let's just bring up something. I'm going to go to the channel bar. I think this was the question. Like, how do you, if I go to a channel, let's say I go to, doesn't really matter, stock surging, okay? I go to that channel. And so I look at it and I think, you know what? I really like to see this action is heating up. I'd like to have that part of my personal layout. So all you do is, first of all, you might want to take a look at the filters first. So right click configure, okay, and see if this meets your requirements. I mean, let me get rid of the, just a second here. Let me get rid of this stupid surfing. Okay, so you right click, configure, check out the filters first. That's what I would do. You might, you know, you look at this. I mean, again, this is generic for everybody. So the price is between $1 and $1,000. So you might say, well, you know what? I want to firm that up. Maybe between 1 and 20. I have a volume here of 50,000 shares. Maybe I'll make that 250,000. See how it's now changed? 1 and 20, 250. And if, you know, you can add a filter, take one out, whatever you want to do, more or less customize it. Okay. Say okay. And then right click, save or share to cloud. And save it. Okay, so now it's in your cloud. And then you can go to another channel. We'll go to crypto, our crypto channel. And if you see something you like, you know, a blockchain and crypto idea stream, if you think you want that one, right click, save or share to cloud, save. So you get the idea. You're going to go into each individual channels, maybe extract a window that you might think you like. And once you've done that, let me just close all unpinned. So then what I would do then is start off with a blank slate. And you could just say, I'm not going to do it, but Windows, close all your windows. So then all you have is your toolbar. All you would have is your toolbar right in the top. And now you start bringing them back one by one. File, load from cloud. And you see there's the blockchain. Load it. It showed up on another monitor. File, load from cloud. Next one, action is heating up. Again, showed up on another monitor. So you see what I'm doing. I'm basically bringing back all of the ones that I had saved from the various channels. And then once I've done that, and maybe I want to add some charts and, you know, other things. Once you've done that, then you can save your layout. your new layout. File, save or share to cloud. Click on entire and then give it a name. Isaac's layout, and then save it. Okay, and now, so that's how you do it. That make sense? So basically, save individual windows to the cloud that you like. You get a blank, you know, then sort of blank your screen, and then bring the windows back one by one. File, load from cloud. Okay? Does that make sense, Isaac? Okay, great. Yeah, so Carlos, what you're talking about is auto trading. So you would need, number one, you need an Interactive Brokers account and you need our premium service. So that's number one. Well, those are the two qualifications. You need an Interactive Brokers account and you have to have our premium service. And then you can, if you want, not a huge recommendation, but yes, then you can auto trade. And Dean, I don't know if you're still around. I know you asked a question, probably between right around 1 o'clock about changing modes. I don't know if you're still around. All right, this is a gap down in reverse. Something's happening here. EXTN, look at the volume that is just coming in. EXTN, something's happening. All right, guys, Under Armour is still looking pretty good. You know, again, pretty good entry if you got in around that 1960 mark. It still looks pretty good. I think if it can, if it can take out that 2044, that's that next hot. Those next areas just looking left. It's got a shot then to get to the 25 level. You just see here a few months ago it was 20. What month was that? That was about a year and a half ago. About a year and a half ago. That's August of 2019. So it's approaching those highs. That may block it, it may not. But if it gets through that, look left again, up to 25 for the Under Armour. So I guess these are linked, I guess. Navios Maritime Partners and MM and NM. Same flags. Greece probably, right? No, Monaco. Okay. Ooh, sorry. I know the Greek flag. Okay, so they are linked. That was frustrating on that quadruple U. This is one also that I was, I know I should practice exactly what I preach, but I was not going to, even though it's on a low float. But when I got into this, and it was right around here, 706, 707, saw the pop, thought, okay, we're on our way. Plumber's here. I said, but I waited around, and then all of a sudden this happened. I said, you know what? You're getting out. Just cannot trust it. It almost looks like a good short now. All right, guys, I am just kind of looking at some of my thumbnail charts. I'm not saying this has been, for me anyway, a bit of a boring day. I mean, obviously the SGLB was awesome, but a lot of the things since about 10:30, for me, the ones that I have been watching have not trended that well, even though, look at the SPY. I mean, the SPY has just been an absolutely beautiful trend. And I know somebody's going to say, yeah, well, what about these? Of course there are some trending stocks, don't get me wrong. But just the things that I've been looking at, because the SPY has just been on a fantastic run here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's almost 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours of straight up. All the indices now are positive. SPY's up, Dow's up, NAS is up. Dean, okay. Okay, so I'll answer you first, Siri, then I'll answer your question, Dean, as far as changing it from moderate to conservative or vice versa. So what idea surfing does is it takes all of the top list windows that you have, okay, even if you've minimized them. So any top list window that you have, and it cycles through the top 3 as you have them sorted. So for instance, here's my spider sector list. So this is how I have them sorted on the change, the ones that are up the most for the day, okay, or near the top. But as you know, you can sort in different columns with the top list window. So that's why I always say, so it'll run through the top 3, and then it'll go to the next top list window, the next one, the next one. It'll keep cycling through them all. If you have a price alerts window open also, it'll look at your price alerts, at the top 3 as you have them sorted for your price alerts window. It'll keep doing that until you tell it to either stop. This is just a toggle on and off. So right now surfing is on. If I click on it again, now it's off. If I have it on and I go to a chart, it'll pause it so I can take a look at it a lot longer. Okay, it'll pause it. Surfing is paused. The minute I back off the chart, surfing will resume. The minute I click on a symbol, it will stop also. Okay, so that's what it does. So you can kind of kick back and let the system just load charts for you. And you might see something. Oh yeah, I like that one. You stop it, and you want to trade it, go ahead. Okay, so that's what ideas surfing is all about. So Dean, your question was in the individual AI strategies. In the order details, I'm sorry, I'm not in, there we go. So right here, you have your choice, AI trade mode, you have your choice, conservative or moderate. Okay? Oh, how do you change the modes again, are you, yeah, you are talking conservative or moderate, okay? So that's how you do it. You pick conservative or moderate. Okay, so again, you right click, edit, and right here, AI trade mode, and you just pick how you want to trade, okay? You're talking auto trading, of course. Just one moment, please. All right, guys. So again, as I've indicated before, if you're paying attention, to your trades, you would not let a maximum P&L of $319 necessarily turn into a $53 loss. Okay, this is why I like to see this max P&L. You should be tracking it just like it's your real money. All this is in the simulator. Okay, well, Dean, did you not hear me? I was explaining everything. Did you not hear me? The minute you said, yes, I'm here, that's when it went into my explanation. All right, well, that quadruple U is starting to come back, but I just don't trust it. I have to admit, I do not trust it, but let's just see. I don't want to be too biased just because I took a little loss on it before. See if it gets back up to this area. The reason is that it's got a ton of room. If it can kind of get back up here, maybe base a little bit and get some volume to pop it through. But I'm certainly not in any rush to take this. AMC has been awfully strong, guys. Had a little bit of a pullback, but it's still awfully strong. And CNK, I'm sure, is doing the same sort of thing. Yeah, so with the cinemas, theaters starting to open up. And AMC's got a ton of room. You look at C and K, it's got some room. The next high looking left is 27.85. So, but look at AMC. I mean, this has got a ton of room. Look at that on the weekly chart. Percentage basis, 17, and then over here 20. Of course, this was one of the Wall Street bets, but I think this is more trading on its own. Okay, Dean, now can you hear me? Please say, yeah, can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Say yes. Of course, you're not going to say no. you can't hear me, I can't help you. That's going to be, it's hard to explain, so. Okay, one moment, please. OCG. I've seen that symbol thrown around today. Oh, I see why. Yeah. These are the ones that are, yeah, what was the other one that released at the same time? Or maybe a day later? A couple of these China IPOs dealing in collectibles. I think this is collectibles. Yeah, what was the other one? It went crazy, crazy. I mean, this one went crazy, but I think the other one went crazier. I think. Okay, Dean. Okay, now you're in the main room. Okay, so you asked about how to change. So if you go to Holly, take a strategy, right click, enter. Sorry. So right click, edit. Say if it's a long strategy, and here's where you can pick AI trade mode. You just basically pick whatever one you want. Okay? That's it. Okay? So again, you just go into a strategy, right click, edit, assuming it's a long strategy, and edit, re-enter long, and just do this. Here's your choice. Okay? So conservative is getting out exactly when the AI gets out. They're on a time stop, profit save. Moderate is basically keeping in. You might have to do a refresh then. Just do a refresh if you can in the trading room. The session control, there's a gear, and right beside it there's a refresh. Maybe I think that'll clear everything up. It's right there. So there's the gear is right there, and then right beside it there is the refresh. That should clear it up. Siri, I can't tell you that. I mean, the algorithm obviously did not kick in. Why it didn't kick in earlier? I don't control the algorithm. It is an algorithm, and why it didn't kick in earlier, I don't know. You want to ask that question? You can certainly do so, but I can't tell you because I don't know what the algorithm is. But you can go to info at trade. Oops. Sorry, don't disregard that one. But that's why I would always say, manage the exits on your own, okay? Oh, you're talking about this. You're talking about this. I'm sorry. That's got nothing. This has got nothing to do with the AI. Okay, yeah. This is as I was saying before. what I'm doing here is I am auto trading. This is in the simulator only. Okay, I'm auto trading the entries, and that's it. Okay, if I am paying attention, which I can't pay 100% attention, if I'm paying attention, then of course I would get out. I would not allow a $320 gain turn into a $155 loss. I see what you mean. This has got nothing to do with algorithms. This would be just me watching and saying, you know what? As it started to move down, take your profit and move on. And that's what, that's why we're saying in the simulator, you treat it like it's your real money. You don't let this happen. It's been asked a lot, Dreamer. I'm sure you know. I don't know if they're working on it or not. It's been asked a lot. No, he's talking about here, though. He's talking about here, like a sound alert. So when it takes a trade, anyway, though, for instance, if it's this, taking the trades in auto mode, so when it takes a trade, have an alert, a sound alert. Boy, what a move by the SPY guys. This is a very impressive 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 2.5 hours and counting. Straight up. No, he's okay, Sam. He's talking here. Okay, you can't put a. He's talking about putting a sound alert. So if I have this on auto mode, when it takes a trade, he wants it. He wants the. Well, unless they made a change, I don't see how you put a sound alert here when it takes a trade. I don't see any option for that. You're right. Maybe they, I don't know when they did that. This is a, yeah, you're right. Okay, I didn't know we had that. Thank you. This must be, all right, this must have been something relatively new. They hit it. I mean, it should be here, it should be here in this context like everything else. But okay. Well done. Yeah, just the stuff I'm looking at is not doing that. I had no idea. I don't know when they added that because I know it's been asked before. I had no idea it was it'd been added. You may have to do it every day. I don't know. I don't know if you have to actually do it every day or if it saves. I think it should be here. I think it should be here, you know. I mean, like every other window we've got, right clicking in the window. Anyway, at least we can do it now. Okay. Good to know. Thank you, Sam. I had no idea. Okay. Yeah, I don't know when it was added. I don't know when they meet, Michael. If you do a search, I mean, it must be something out there that would tell you. No. Well, that's it. I mean, that's the only time, in my opinion, that it makes sense. I mean, obviously, if you're taking a manual trade, you know you're taking the trade, so it helps with the auto entries. Yes. Well, let me see if I can get one. Let me just. No more. All right, guys, it's making me look. I don't know. I'll take one more look at this one. The energy fuels. U. No, sorry, that was too many U's. 4 U's. Well, how about if you exit a trade? Let me just take a trade just for fun. I'm going to buy at the market. Ah. It makes, yeah, so it'll notify you all the time. Okay. It does work. Oh, wait. Cool. Guys, what was the other one? I know somebody's going to know. I just can't remember. Well, let's see if it's here. It probably isn't. The other collectible IPO out of China. It happened either the same day or the day before, the day after. And it went absolutely crazy. In fact, it was this one. It was TCAT. Okay, I guess it was OCG that went nuts and not TCAT. Let me just make sure of that. Yeah, I think TCAT did not go quite as nuts, of course, as the OCG. The OCG went crazy. You know, look at this. I mean, that was the day of. Yeah, it opened at 6 or something, and it got all the way up to 26. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was TCAT. Yeah, for some reason I thought it was TCAT. I didn't think this was the crazy one, but this was the crazy one. TCAT wasn't quite as crazy, but they both do the same thing. A couple of China IPOs. Well, do they have anything? And I listen. I profess not to understand this nonsense at all. Can't even remember what the acronym is. Where that painter or artist put together all of his stuff from the last 20 years and sold what for $67 million, digitally. I mean, it seems insane to me, but yeah. Well, look, there is the high. That's a 658. So we're at 682. This high over here. Let's back this weekly chart out just a little bit more. So 658. So there was really 655, there is really no resistance now, until we get up here for OCG. Man, I know I keep saying this, but what a move by the SPY. This should have helped a ton of bounce plays right around here, right at 11:15 or so, 11:45 or so. It's been straight up since then. Little pause right there at 1 o'clock. Yeah, support and resistance is very subjective, Isaac. I mean, that's why, our support, if you call it support, say on a swing exit, is really, I think it's just a 20-day low. Okay, I mean, it's not highly scientific. It can be used. But support and resistance, your idea of support and my idea of support might be very different. I don't use pivots, and that doesn't mean you shouldn't or anybody else shouldn't. I don't really look. I mean, because I sound like a broken record, but because I'm a momentum trader, I'm not having to worry about intraday. So when I look at it, I look at a daily and a weekly and a monthly chart just to see where the next highs are. Whether that next high looking left is going to be a resistance area. Nothing guaranteed, of course, but that's all I'm looking at. So I don't use pivots, and again, that's not to say people shouldn't use pivots. I just find that, for me, I'm a very uncomplicated type of a trader. It's making me look at this right there. Well, listen, I mean, there's some volume coming in too. There is some volume. I'm talking about quadruple U. There is some volume on that 15-minute chart. A little bit more. What time is it? Well, it's almost going to close. This this bar is almost going to close. Another little more than 30 seconds. So let's see if it really pops through it. Boy, this is really going counter to the market. To me, this is very strange. What the trading in Yalla today, big pop on earnings, big pop. I mean, this is a great pre-market move. Market opens, it just sinks, and it's been sinking all day, even though the market's been moving higher. So I mean, there must be, maybe they were guiding really poorly. I didn't really. It says. Revenue beats estimates, but fourth quarter, but maybe they're guiding terribly. I don't know. It just seems a little bit strange to me with the market doing what it's doing, that this hasn't rallied at all. No, so the Trader's Vault is all the webinars that the other guys do, the 5 o'clock webinars, Monday to Thursday. A lot of times they're sharing scans, and that a lot of them go into the Trader's Vault. So these are just scans from the other trade, not a miner in there, but all the other traders. They'll update it from time to time, I guess. But that's what those scans are. So this one has been sneaky good from the options scan. I mean, it did have the dip here, so that would have probably knocked me out. But, there it is. This is what I mean, though. Instead of... I don't mind dips. I mean, but you get an alert at 9:36, and then it goes down to 8:90. That's a pretty big pullback. It's starting to work now. So, opportunity to maybe get back in it the first time at 9:36. Because this is, obviously this and the MM are strong. Yeah, look at that quadruple U. Wow, no kidding. So it's not showing up here because of the relative volume is so low. But yeah, look at this. So what's the next high looking left for this KMPH is 1088. So it's above that high. The next high looking left is 1220. So let's just see, can it hold this area and then just explode again? And that's a big, look at the volume that came in. And it just got halted, Let's see, how many shorts available at Interactive Brokers? 1.33 million shorts. William. So guys, this has been a great all-day short. AMTX from the AI. There was the alert right here, 2180. Had a little pull up right there, but if you could have taken some off here, I guess. Otherwise, you just hang into that short. And that's the AMTX. So right there, 14%. 40% on, of course, this one was way higher than 40% at one point, the SGLB. Okay, well, so EK depends what you mean by high volatile stock. I mean, stocks that are making new highs, on high relative volume. I mean, that could be one way. Or what are you looking for? Are you looking for stocks that are having instant pops? Depends what you mean by a high volatile stock. It's sort of a too open question. So for instance, the basic new highs and lows. I mean, these are stocks that are up at least 4%. The relative volume is at least 4, so it's trading 4 times normal. Typically, high volatile stocks, you want to have a high relative volume. Okay, these are stocks that are really, compared to what it normally does, all these stocks are trading 4 times normal. So I would always start off with the relative volume. What you use for, a figure is going to have to be up to you. I'm using 4 in here. But that is definitely going to give me stocks that are, pretty volatile. Lots of action. Well, I don't know about implied volatility, but relative volume is the filter that, that we have. I mean, that's where I would start. So if you right click, configure, and just use the relative volume filter. The relative volume filter right there. And start off with that. Then you can put in a price range, a minimum number of shares. Do you want the stock to be up a certain percentage, things like that. But, I think our relative volume filter is a pretty good filter that is going to really show you stocks that are volatile. That have action. I mean, volatility to me means action. And then, then it's up to you to put a trigger in. Is it going to be a new high of the day? You need an alert, obviously an alert window. What you're going to use will be up to you. It could be a 5-minute high, it could be a new high for the day, things like that. I mean, I've got one of my windows that I'm sharing is, let me just put the link in for you. Okay, so if you click on that link and you're going to see, there's my home page. I've already pasted that link into the YouTube room, but in this room here, the main room. So if you click on my home page, one of the sections, my scans, right? So if you click here, and for instance, momentum up, momentum down. I mean, those are stocks that have got some pretty good momentum moves on a 1 minute. Usually you'll see a big volume bar. You can try that. Well, the quadruple U is starting to do its thing. And also, guys, so I'll be shutting the room down in about 20 minutes. We do have a promo code that is probably good till Sunday night. And this will get you 20% off. My promo is generally 15% off, but this is a promo for St. Patrick's Day. Okay, so you'll get 20% off. And using this promo code. So click on my home page, and there's the promo code to use, Shamrock, all in capital letters for a 20% savings. I don't know why I did that. Just a second. Interesting. That puts these gaps in. Okay. So again, you can save my homepage link because it's got a lot of information on it. So there's my homepage. You can say, when you click on it, you can save when you click on my homepage link, you can save the link, but because it has a lot of information on it. The trade of the week, which is working not too badly, Under Armour, UA, is this week's trade of the week. Haven't done my recap. I'll do it once I shut down the room. And all the scans, again, all the scans are here that I'm sharing. And a lot of education links right here. The 20 lessons in 20 days. Daily support sessions between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. The daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. More educational videos. And I love this one, the Back to Basics. If you're brand new to trading, and I mean brand new, it starts off with, what is a stock? I mean, it's that basic. Okay, very quick little 36 videos, very quick, and just takes you through the whole gambit of trading. Okay. All right, you're right. I did get the little ding. When it took that trade on auto mode, the GOCO. It is helpful when you're in. How do you find stocks that could be a short squeeze? Well, the obvious filter, I guess, is the short float percent. So you can start off with that. If you right click on an alert window or a top list window, search and type in float. And then the short float percent, that filter right there. So if you add that filter, and now it's going to be up to you. I would say put a minimum of 15% of the float being short. That'll probably get you started. And you use the right term. It could be a short squeeze. So if you use this one, in fact, let me just, I think I got one that I created. These are, yeah, there is a short squeeze channel, yes. Short floats. Let me just bring this one up, just show you what I did. See if that is right. Yeah, so I created this one where the short float is at least 20% of the total, and the stock is moving today. It's up 5%. Between 1 and 40, 350,000 shares minimum. Whether or not these, so here's one. Whether you think this is a short squeeze or not, it's up to you. But but you can see what's happening, and how I've sorted this is in the position of the day. Where is it in relation to the high of the day? You don't have to sort it on that. But if that's how, so I can see right now, MAC, and here's the short float percent, 24% of the shares are short. So could there be a squeeze happening right now? Could be. There is a short squeeze channel, yes. You can also go to the short squeeze channel. Oops. Short squeeze right here, so you can try that one also. I have not noticed that, Dean. No. If you go to the toolbar, our toolbar, click on New, and then Channel Bar. And then all you have to do is find it, okay? There it is, short squeeze. So from our toolbar, click on New, and then Channel Bar, and then Short Squeeze. Remember though, this is a layout. Everything in here is a layout, so before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud, okay? Because you can only have one layout loaded at a time. I'm sure, right now, well, there it is, MACD, so you can add it. I don't know if this is because I am in a development version or not, but I do see MACD here. I don't know if it's because I'm on a development version, and if you don't see MACD, then I guess it's because I'm on a development version. So when you click on indicators, if you don't see MACD, then, but obviously it's close because it's been added. Yeah, Dean, you'd have to send in a log file. I cannot help you there. You'd have to send a log file in, click on help, and then send files to support. I don't auto trade, okay? So my account. No, just a minute, please. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, guys, so we're getting close to the end of today. And there's the GOCO starting to, it's got room. I mean, look left on that daily chart. 1232 is the next high looking left, so this could start to really run if it wants to. Well, this has got room. I mean, 1229 is the next high looking left on the daily chart for GOCO. It came in on the trigger was right here at 1132. Give me a moment here, guys. Give me a moment here, guys. I'm just wondering, I'm going to get that changed down to 300% from the scans that I'm sharing from 500% so that there's not as much confusion. So I just have to let the gentleman know who will do it. No, 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 no. I'm changing it to 300, not. Okay, so Elijah, this is the trick you can use. So if you can you see what I'm going to do and you can hear me? Show you. I'll show you. Okay, this is the trick. So you right click on your top list window. I know I'm in an alert window. Doesn't matter. Search and type in ETF. ETF. Sorry, no. Type in earnings. Start typing in EPS. I'm sorry, EPS. Let me back that up. EPS. Okay, and you see now you've got EPS right there. And click on it. Add the filter. And in the min, put 0.00, say 01. And in the max, put minus 0.0001. What that's going to do is, because all stocks either have positive earnings or negative earnings, ETFs don't. So when you add this filter, you will exclude ETFs. And I mean, there's not, you could go 001. I usually put 3 zeros and a 1. But that is, that's what you can do. I think that's the easiest way. We do have a symbol list with ETFs in it, but it may not be completely correct, or not correct, but up to date. So I find that is a better way to do it. All right, guys. So shutting the room down very soon. Any more questions? To do my video now. What is that one? How is this ending up? KMPH. Let's take a look at KMPH. We obviously had some. As traders circulate swing idea with us. Okay. Now I don't know where they're getting that from. We have a 17%. I wonder if this is a misprint, guys. 71% short interest, and we have, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to say. It says 71% short interest, and we have 15.9. Now, you know, there are going to be differences, but I can't believe it'd be that much of a difference. The color, no, it's got nothing to do. The color, whatever color you're seeing has no bearing on a 52-week high or an all-time high. Give me an example. Something you're seeing on my screen as an example, but no. The answer is no. I mean, color coding is up to the individual, okay? So it has nothing to do with new highs or new 52-week highs or new all-time highs. See, that's a little bit crazy. I mean, I know we'll have differences, but in terms of the flow percents, but really, well, yeah, I don't know what to say. Other than this is what our provider is telling us. I mean, this is a real controversy, though, isn't it? Because I mean, this only gets updated in theory twice a month, you know, and why can't it be updated every day? Well, Juan, I hate to say yes, it could be, and then you take the trade and it doesn't. Okay, but yeah, I mean, it's well. The only problem is it did sell off quite a bit. I mean, it hit a high of 450. That's a big sell off, in my opinion. See, I don't. Yeah, I mean, it's held 116. It's still up 116%, but that's a pretty big sell off. 450 down to 333 on a percentage basis. So I would not. I wouldn't be in a rush. Well, yeah, but I mean, this information this short float information has to be delivered. It gets delivered twice a month. Now, how that gets delivered, I mean, everything. I mean, it's all computerized. It's not that they have to knock on somebody's broker's door and say, "Okay, your shorts, your shorts." So all this is computerized anyway. So there's a lot of talk about how this should be updated. I mean, it should be updated just like anything else. A lot more, like why twice a month? It's just because the only reason it's twice a month is because that's the way it's been done over, you know, years. All right, guys, I think that is it. I don't see any other questions. So if there aren't any other questions, I think I'll shut the room down. Not a very exciting day for me, but let's see what happens tomorrow. So let me just make sure I get my announcement in correctly. A moment here. Just a minute. Okay. I'm just going to shut the room down now. So have a great evening, everybody, and we will see you tomorrow.